Welcome, y'all. I'm Deeg. This is Deeg Chats. I'm here today talking with Josh Foreman, and for some reason, hearing my own voice back in my head.
That's me. That's my bad.
It's all good. How's it going, Josh?
Good. Except for technical difficulties. As a professional streamer, I'm really aware that you should, mute Twitch when you have it up in the background. But I forgot.
Well, hey, at least we got it out of the way.
Yeah,
That's our technical bug. It's gone. It's past us.
that's right.
Doesn't have to
The
loom and
single problem.
doesn't have to hold any power over us anymore. Well, hey, Josh, I'm super happy we were able to catch up. I'm a huge fan of Guild Wars 2, and that's how I first kind of got to know you through guild chats and learning about things like Super Adventure Box and jumping puzzles. But you've been in the games industry a long time, my friend. I wonder, Josh, if I could ask you to start this off by telling me what motivated you to get into game development as early as you did? Because I know it was like the mid to late 90s when you started, right?
Mid. Yeah.
Okay.
My motivation was, it turns out that the school I went to that I thought I was going to learn animatronics to do special effects in Hollywood. It was the Art Institute of Seattle. On their glossy brochure, because this was back before online was really a thing,
Uh-huh.
their glossy brochure had pictures of animatronic creatures for film. And I was like, yes, this is what I want to do.
Uh-huh.
So I went to the Art Institute. And my degree was industrial design, because that's how you got the class where you build animatronic creatures. Turns out Art Institute of Seattle was more of a diploma mill that just took in eager, naive people from North Pole, Alaska, like I was, and takes their government loans and then spits them out at the end. And they're like, okay, you did it. Good luck. And so I did not learn to make animatronics for Hollywood. And somewhere along the line, I became aware that working in the video game industry was a thing. I'd been a hardcore gamer my entire life, going back to, I think I was 3 years old. I was living in Japan. My dad had procured, he was in the Air Force, and he had procured a Space Invaders cocktail table that was in our apartment.
That is
and
so
I would
cool.
play that every day before school. And I have a vivid memory of crying in frustration before being sent off to preschool, because I kept dying in Space Invaders. Little did I know that these arcades are designed for you to die over and over again. But I felt like I was doing something wrong. It was
that's a real gamer moment. Yes, it's a good one.
Hardcore gamer all my life. For whatever reason, back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was never a obvious career path into video games. My generation grew up with the understanding that video games were made in Japan and then shipped over here, right? The Nintendo thing. This was because I was the generation that came of age, video game age, slightly after the big console crash. So Atari and ColecoVision and all those were out.
The dark days.
And so gaming. I came in with the Nintendo, and that was and then the Genesis, and then, so everything was made in Japan. So we just had no idea that I could make video games. But somewhere along the way, I think it was because I got an internship at this place called Dylanworks, and they were a shop that created the big, a trade show booth art and stuff like that for, E3, for instance. So so mid 90s, they were working on a booth for Sony because I believe the PlayStation 1 was coming out. And the little known factoid here, PlayStation's original sort of mascot was called Polygon Man, I think.
Oh God.
And he was literally a polygonal head with spiky hair, and it was purple. Anyway, the shop I was at had sculpted this 12-foot tall version of it for their booth, and then they started getting other video game related jobs, and one that I got to work on a little bit was a full motion video game. So back when the CD-ROM was the new hotness, the idea was, oh my God, we could do real video. It's way better than Mario graphics. And so that was the hot thing for a while, and I was
Not very
working
long
on
though. Oof.
not very long. It turns out those games just weren't good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I made some rat like puppet thing that would go on an RC car, and they needed like a bunch of these to like drive around because there was supposed to be this. I don't even remember what I think it was like a western, but with rats
Okay.
maybe. I don't
All
know.
right. All right. Yeah, I buy it.
And
That,
full motion video, of course. And
a
rather than
perfect
doing computer
combination.
graphics of the rats, you build rat puppets and put them on RC cars and film them, scurrying around on the ground.
That
So,
sounds horrifying. Okay.
so yeah, that was my intro to it. And then a friend of mine got a job right out of Art Institute at Monolith,
Hmm.
and that's when I knew I was like, man, I can do this. I'll start aiming for video games, and fortunately, in the Seattle area, it's a hotbed for game development,
Yeah.
and I ended up doing an intern, or not an internship, I don't know, I guess a contract job at Humongous. So they
Uh-huh.
made a bunch of kid games, the Putt Putt the Car, was it Freddy Fish, maybe?
You know
Spy
what?
Fox.
My only exposure to the game Freddy Fish is my wife talking about it playing when she was a kid. So
There you go.
it rings a bell there for me. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. This was, I think it was Nemo before Finding Nemo was a thing.
Okay,
And
okay.
yeah, so anyway, that's how I ended up the on ramp into video games.
Oh,
As given my particular skill sets, proclivities, and passions, it was just the conjunction of all those things. So
definitely. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So, passionate gamer, lifelong. I mean, I gotta imagine you were the envy of kids at your school for having an arcade cabinet in your home. That is
it
such
was
a
actually pretty common because during this was in the late 70s.
okay.
The arcades in Japan would, if a unit started to malfunction, they would just throw it in the dumpster in the back rather than repair it. And so the
Interesting.
GIs would kind of cruise the back alleys, dig these out of the trash, do their electronic stuff, fix it, and then sell it like dirt cheap. So I think it was pretty common actually on Eielson Air Force. Wait, not Eielson. That was the one in Alaska.
Okay.
What was it? Yokota Air Force Base in Japan. I think it was
Okay.
pretty common to have
Okay.
those.
Yeah, that sounds like a very interesting scene. Okay, so the arcade cabinet and the childhood loving games. You knew you wanted to pursue a creative interest. I mean, animatronics in film is like an insanely creative sounding thing. You found games and
Yeah.
found gaming, humongous entertainment. What was the next thing after that?
Oh boy. So from Humongous, I managed to land a job at a little place called Synergistic Software. This was owned by Sierra Online.
Oh,
It was down in Renton. It wasn't at Sierra, but had done. They had just finished when I started there the add-on pack for Diablo.
okay.
Cannot remember what it was called, but it introduced the monk. And Blizzard North was very upset at them because they did everything wrong, of course. Uh,
Diablo
for whatever
Hellfire, I
reason,
think. Does that
Sierra
sound
owned
right?
the rights to make an add-on pack for it. So
Sure,
we did
cool.
that. Yeah, and so I ended up working there. Oh gosh, it was definitely less than a year, but it was a very exciting year because Sierra also had the license to Lord of the Rings. And keep in
Oh,
mind, this is before the movies. This is 97, I
yeah,
think.
right.
96,
Yeah, the
97.
movies were early
Um,
2000s, so yeah.
yeah, so that could have been a huge, right? So we
Yeah.
started development. We had all this experience with the Diablo engine. So we were basically making Lord of the Rings Diablo. Like, how
Ooh,
could that not be the biggest hit you can imagine, right?
that does sound cool.
Um, it does, doesn't it? However, Sierra decided, you know what? This Diablo add-on pack is the only game that made us money the entire year. Let's shut down that part of the studio and focus on sports games because Sierra Online is going to be known for sports games from now on.
Oh, right.
So we pivoted hard. Half the studio lost their jobs or moved over to Sierra Corporate. I did not move over there because they were only working on games that I at the time I felt like I couldn't, in good conscience, work on.
Okay.
I had
Okay.
strong religious convictions, and the one game that they could get me on was Gabriel Knight 3, which
Okay.
is essentially like the Da Vinci Code before the Da Vinci Code. So it was just like very against my faith at the time, and
Oh,
I
okay.
was like,
Huh.
oof, which was painful because I had just started my career really. I got my foot in the door, and no places were biting at the time. Every place that I was looking at was, which was, back at the time, the video game industry in the U.S. there were maybe 50 places you could
Hmm.
get a job.
Hmm.
Um, as opposed to now where there's probably 1,000. Uh, yeah, so they all wanted animators at the time. I don't know why, but every place seemed to want animators, and I was
Okay.
not trained in animation. I'd done a little bit of it, but not enough to like just say this is my full-time job. I specifically applied for an animation, like a junior position at
Uh,
Bethesda,
oh,
and their offer was $17,000 a year, uh, which was no, this is the '90s, so it's
okay.
more than, but still, I could have made more at McDonald's. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
so that was a really difficult time for me. I had a newborn son. Uh, we couldn't afford to stay in the Seattle area. We moved in with my parents down in Vancouver,
Mm.
Washington, and my ex-wife, the then wife at the time, hated my parents. And so we
Oh, that's
couldn't
not
stay
fun.
there very long. We ended up moving to Oklahoma out of desperation. That's where her extended family was.
Okay.
And it was just like, well, I guess this is the sacrifice I need to make for my convictions. Gonna go work at the lumber mill with my wife's uncle or whatever. It's
Okay.
out in Oklahoma.
Holy shit,
And
man.
yeah, so that was quite a lurch.
Yeah.
However, out of the 50 CD-ROMs that I created with my portfolio on them, I actually like airbrushed my logo onto the
Oh,
CD-ROM.
sweet. Sweet.
I
I love the value
had
add.
Yeah, it was very fancy. Finally, someone got back to me after several months, and it was Outrage Entertainment in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So they were working on Descent 3. And yeah,
Oh.
so I got that job. So the Oklahoma detour was only for a couple of months. Thank God I'm not an Oklahoman.
It's hard to imagine that.
When you look at me, the first thing you think is not, that's a boy from Oklahoma.
I definitely think of a southern dude working on a lumber mill. Definitely.
Yeah, so ended up in Ann Arbor working on Descent 3, then the expansion pack for Descent 3, and that's when I really started getting into the more of the level design aspect of games.
Right.
Before that, I had been purely focused on the art side. Um, and I think I've just always liked thinking of everything very holistically. I'm not a niche type of thinker where I like
Sure.
burrow down into my little area and just try to focus on that.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, I got into the level design on Descent 1 and especially on the expansion pack. I did a lot of level design for that. Um, and that was just a fantastic experience. I was there for
Descent
5 years.
Descent was a game where you piloted a ship, and like the buzzword, if I remember right, was like six axis, right? Because you could
Right.
rotate, you could pivot, you go up, down, left, right. I imagine that designing environments for that posed some pretty unique challenges, given the
Mhm.
gameplay verbs that game had.
Yeah, so the fortunate thing is that there were Descents 1 and 2, where a
Yeah.
lot of lessons and best practices had been discovered. So I got to learn from the people who made those, what works and what doesn't work and
Yeah.
that kind of
Okay.
design. But what's interesting is I guess it's kind of like being thrown in the deep end from a level design perspective,
Hmm.
because when I started doing level design for a regular game where you're just a guy running around, it was a lot. Uh, it was very easy. I guess you could say
Ah,
it.
you
It
started in hard
seemed like
mode.
going with
Yeah.
easy mode.
In tribulation mode, you might say.
Yes.
Okay.
So that was a great experience. The last couple years there, I was working on a game called Rubu Tribe, which so Interplay was publishing us, and Interplay ran into a bunch of financial problems, stopped paying a bunch of the studios that they were publishing
Yeah, I
games
heard that
for,
story.
us included. And so yeah, that game got canceled. I was actually the art lead on it, and heavily involved in the design as well. But that was my first like, well, I guess you could say that was my second like devastating time in the game industry, because the first being when I felt like I had to quit and not take that job at Sierra.
Right, right.
But this time it was a lot more um, personal, in the sense of like, I had invested. This was going to be the greatest game ever.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I'm actually working on a documentary about it now.
Oh,
It's
seriously?
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing, because as far as I know, this has never been done for many
Uh-huh.
good reasons. But the stars kind of aligned on this, because the reason it can't be done is because everyone's under NDA forever, right?
Yeah.
But because Sierra defaulted, the IP reverted to basically the president of the company, Matt
Uh-huh.
Toshlag, and so he's just owned the IP for the past 20 years and done nothing with it.
Huh.
And I reached out to him and said, it's been 20 years. I would love to just like talk about the story of this game and talk
Uh-huh.
about all the
Uh-huh.
unique, like just that it's a cool little time capsule of development in the US, and on the well, this was before PlayStation 2. It was on a PlayStation 2 dev kit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so there's just lots of really interesting elements to it. And he was like,
I'll
"Yeah,
bet.
that's cool." So I've been
That's cool.
interviewing a bunch of my former coworkers, and yeah, I'm going to be putting that together. The last one I did was with John Gonzalez, who he was our writer on Reboot Tribe, but he went on to write to be the narrative director for Fallout New Vegas,
Oh,
for
wow.
Horizon Zero Dawn, and Horizon, the next one, Forbidden West. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, that
so
sounds right.
there's a bunch of people who went on to do really cool things, and so I'm interviewing that. It's going to be really cool. I'm really excited about
That's
it.
really
But
exciting, Josh. And yeah, I think
yeah,
that you're right that I mean, game dev is to me, it just, at least as an outsider, seems very interesting even in the current day. But going back to like those earlier days where things were less uh, figured out, especially when games were made outside the public eye in a big way. Um,
yeah, there was a
Very different
lot less.
days.
Yeah, a lot less of that. I guess you could say scrutiny, but it's more along the lines of like, no one seemed to care much
Uh,
about what was going on behind the scenes.
well, no
Um,
one knew games are going to be the biggest, the most important force in entertainment, like they are now. No one knew that back
yeah,
in the. Well, I mean, some people did. You probably did.
I I suspected as
Okay.
much, and I think that's one of the reasons I had kind of the impulse to go into video games, was because I felt like I think intuitively I can articulate it better now, but back then I felt like this is a brand new medium in the same way that film was a brand new medium,
Yes.
in the early 1900s, and there's so much um, interesting problems to be solved in that kind of a
Yeah.
situation, as opposed to simply iterating on formulas that are well trodden at this point,
Right.
like is often mostly done in film and movies, or books and TV and stuff.
Mm. Yeah, definitely. Okay. So things don't work out back in the on that particular game. Interplay stopped paying. So what? I'm excited to see that documentary when it comes out. So I'll be watching for that. But meantime,
Yeah.
what was your next step after that?
So we were purchased by THQ.
Uh huh.
I believe the president of the company. We were probably 30 or 40 people. We had kind of an A team and a B team, or an A game and a B game. As I don't know why we thought we could do that. I guess because back then the rules were still being written about what studios could handle with how many people.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
And also, well, actually, I've got an answer to this. The
Oh.
reason that we thought we could do two AAA games at the same time with 40 people was because our founder started in the early 90s, when it took 2 people to make a AAA game, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So 40 people is luxury. Of course you can make 2
You
AAA
can make
games
5.
with
2
40
will be
people.
easy.
Anyway, so we
All
had
right.
that B game, and THQ was not interested in Ruby Tribe. It was too out there. Um, and this other one was a little more along the lines of what was hot at the time. It was kind of a Devil May Cry sort of game, a little more
Mhm.
abstract. It's a 3D action platformer beat 'em up, but our guy could morph into 3 different forms, and the environment you're going through is very unique. And in fact, it was too unique. I have a whole talk about that on my
Huh.
YouTube channel where I talk about how like there's the sweet spot you want to hit where there's a certain amount of novelty that people want, or they're going to be bored and feel like
Uh-huh.
everything is cliche and boring. But then you can go too far, and people will just be completely alienated. And that's what happened with Alter Echo. Was
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it did not do well. Um, THQ shut us down as soon as we shipped.
Ooh.
They did graciously give us a month or 2 of pay to like get our portfolios together, and they gave us
Okay.
severance
Okay.
package
Okay.
and stuff like that. So it wasn't the worst thing. Uh, it was the worst thing for me because I was at another crazy junction point in my life where my ex-wife had she literally became addicted to crack and was
Oh.
taking my kids to drug dealers' houses. And I'm not going to go into
Oh
details
my
because this
god.
is not
That's
not the
horrifying.
Inquirer. But
Okay.
the point being that just from a biographical standpoint, this was the lowest of the low point in my life where everything had fallen apart. Everything I had predicated all my belief systems on were panning out not to work the way they were supposed to work.
Right.
Um, and my kids were literally in danger, and the cost of making them not be in danger was out of my league, especially since all of my money, mysteriously disappeared from my bank account very quickly. And
Ooh.
yeah, so I ended up escaping back to Washington State again with my parents live in Vancouver, Washington.
Okay.
Um, and I was able to bring the boys with me. They were
Oh, thank God.
2 and 5, I believe,
Okay.
at the time. And then, the ex moved out here, and there was some more necessary legal tussling that had to happen.
Yeah.
But ended up getting into ArenaNet pretty quickly,
Oh,
which
okay.
was amazing.
That's a blessing. Yeah. That's a
Yeah,
stable thing
that's the
going.
fastest. I think that's the fastest I've landed on my feet in the game
Okay.
industry. It was probably only 3 or 4 months between gigs, which is good because I was literally completely out of money. Um, and so
Yeah.
there was, and there's like one of the things that I will forever be incredibly grateful to ArenaNet. I was employee number 30 something, right? So it was very
Wow.
much like my old studio,
Yeah.
and the founders were down to earth people who
Uh,
cared about us and talked to us, and um, they were paying. I think this is less common now, but it was pretty common back then. They would pay to move employees out, right? So I was having my stuff packed up in Michigan and moved out here, and so my first week at ArenaNet, the front desk got a call from the moving company saying we can't move this stuff because we found crack cocaine in the drawer
oh
that we were,
God.
we were
Oh
packing.
no, Josh.
And so I got to have a very fun discussion with with one of the founders about why this would be.
Oh no.
Um, and it was fairly understanding, and
Okay.
he just kind of took me at my word, which wow,
That's
yeah,
incredible.
thank the stars for that.
That whole
Um,
story. Oof.
and then week or 2 later, I had talked to my attorney, about the divorce and the custody and all this kind of stuff.
Mhm. Mhm.
And my attorney informed me that as soon as she gets an attorney, the first thing they're going to say is to accuse me of spousal abuse, because that way the police are mandatorily supposed to come and pick me up, and then I will have an arrest on my record, right? So they can be used in court. Um, And so, and my attorney told me this will most likely happen at your work because that's where they know you're going to be during the day.
God.
So that was another discussion I got to have with a founder at ArenaNet. Hey, Jeff Strain, police may show up and arrest me sometime soon.
Just one little thing. Might happen, might not happen. No big deal.
Yeah. So
Did it
that was
happen?
exciting times, very exciting times. I shortly thereafter, within a year, met my current wife, who has been the most the biggest blessing in my life and is my rock and amazing. So everything turned out for the better, but it had to go through a really rough spot for a while there.
Yeah.
Uh, but because of that, and then all the subsequent issues with dealing with the ex and the drugs and the court and the this and the that, meant that I was pretty much financially hobbled for the next decade plus.
Yeah,
And
easy to
so,
imagine. Wow.
and but what's interesting about that is that's what kept me at ArenaNet, is
Hmm.
that it was a stable company. They did not demand crunch very often. Well, I don't think they
Yeah,
ever demanded crunch, but they're a mostly anti-crunch company, which is pretty darn rare.
that's what I've heard,
Um,
and that's what I understand too. It does seem to be a real gem in the overall industry in that way.
yeah, yeah. So the downside to working at one company for 15 plus years is that the best practice, if you want to progress your career, is to bounce from company to company every 2 to 3 years. That's what
Yeah.
most people in the game industry do. So yeah, I definitely took a big hit on that front.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, it's one of those things where life just has a way of propagating, just waves of problems that and it works the other way too. If you start out very wealthy, it propagates in the other direction. But
Sure.
I did not. So that's that's all to say, and it's a lot of personal stuff, I know, but I don't mind being personal. I appreciate it when other people are open and transparent, so I like to be it to begin with. Um, what that did was that put me in a position where I was very tied to this company, and I worked
Hmm.
on, I ended up having an experience that's fairly unique in the game industry as a result. I paid a heavy price for it, but I got this really interesting thing of following a franchise from its nascent stage to full development and then a full sequel and then, on and on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think that when I look back at it, it's given me very valuable experience that ties into exactly what I want to accomplish in my personal life
Ah.
with my own franchise.
Uh-huh.
Because I got to watch, be a shepherd through this entire process. I could see the mistakes that were made, the right decisions that were made, um, and staffing things, business things. There's just so many lessons that can be taken away from them when there's that very broad and long context. Like,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, I was there. Was I there longer than any founder? I think I was, because
When
I
did
think
Michael
Mo
leave?
left before I did.
I
Yeah.
think he
Anyway,
was
I was there a long,
2018,
long time.
late 2018, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. Anyway, yeah. Very interesting, and so I like to try to think about every perspective, like the good and the bad.
Yeah.
I try to be neutral on, yes, this was a bad thing that happened. Yes, it has negative consequences in my life, but there are also these positive ways to take something away from it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sometimes the I think that with the right approach and maybe a little luck, like the tragedies of our lives can be turned into like the blessing in disguise, right? I've been through my
Yeah.
own many tragedies, layoffs, things like that. That seem like the worst thing that could possibly happen. But then looking back at it, something that is amazing about my life might never have happened if it weren't for those tragedies too. So it's
Yep.
hard to know.
Exactly.
Um, Man, the story you told about your ex with the drugs and the flight back to Vancouver to live with your parents and with your kids. I can't imagine how difficult that was. I have lived through an experience that was a little like that, but not a lot, with my mother-in-law's estrangement and divorce from my father-in-law.
Mm.
And there was just a lot of difficulty and bad faith, bad blood, um, and all the legal costs, which I'm sure,
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like is really, really
It was
characterized and
amazing. It
dominated your
seemed
life.
like literally every time we would get a bonus, the first Guild Wars did really well. We got a nice big
Yeah.
bonus. It was like, well, all goes to the lawyer.
Oh shit, dude.
That happened twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel for that. I feel for that. And but you got your boys, and I know a little bit about your boys because I saw your video about the coming of age ritual you did, which I want to ask you about in a little
I saw
bit.
that.
I
Yeah.
love that. No, screw it. Let's talk about it now. Okay. So we're talking about the personal stuff. So, um, I was trying to learn stuff about you that I didn't really know about you, because being a Guild Wars fan, I knew a lot of Guild Wars stuff about you already. And I saw you on like AV Club podcast that you did, I think it was, and you mentioned this coming of age ritual that you
Mm.
designed for your boys. And as someone who personally, I feel like I grew up without ever being told by my parents what their values were, and never having anything like a coming of age ritual to understand how to be an adult and how to deal with life. Like, that was insanely cool. I wonder if you could tell the story of the coming of age ritual that you made for your kids, and what it was and how it went.
Yeah. Yeah, I think well, exactly what you're talking about. I sense that our culture lacks something that the vast majority of cultures throughout all of humankind have always had.
Yeah.
Which are, we have maintained a couple ceremonies. We've got the death ceremony, we've got the wedding ceremony, we've got
Right.
the birth ceremony,
Hmm.
more or
Hmm.
less. Although that's been kind of abstracted out a bit. But yeah, the idea of coming of age is just like such a such a pivotal time in when you think psychologically about a human brain as it develops.
Yeah.
There's these, very profound stages that it's going through, and I think that's the reason that the coming of age ceremony became a thing and stayed a thing throughout, like I said, all of history and vast majority of cultures,
Hmm.
is because there's this point at which a human starts, they start with the carrot and stick as far as like their moral compass is concerned. And some people never develop past that, but you develop the capacity to really start internalizing those values, and making sacrifices yourself that are imposed by the self as opposed to outside forces, right?
Right. Right.
And that's about the
Voluntary.
stage
Hmm.
of brain development around the 12 through 15, depending on
Okay.
lots of factors. Um, it's just a very important time. And so, um, yeah, I think I just felt like here's an opportunity to do something interesting for my kids. I'm always trying to think what can I do besides the baseline? I'm
Okay.
providing a roof and food, and making sure they do their homework, sort
I
of
mean,
thing.
it's a lot,
Um,
but let's not undersell it. That's
it
a
is a
lot.
lot. It is a lot. And to be fair, I didn't even do that all the time. I actually, I no, actually, this is an interesting point.
Okay.
I was, um, I down regulated the importance of homework and scholastic
Ah.
achievement in general with my kids.
Oh,
I
interesting.
just felt like, from my experience with school, I got almost nothing out of school,
Mm.
except heartache. Um, After I was in my 20s, that's when I developed a love for learning, and I ended up spending untold amounts of money on education after that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And that's when it meant something for me. That's when it began to stick. That's when, I was excited and passionate about it. Um, and so to that end, I was like, they need to not fail. But as far as like, because depending on the personality, a
Hmm.
lot of
Hmm.
kids, in order to get them to the point where they are excelling scholastically, you are sacrificing relational um, integrity for that.
Okay.
You
Okay.
have to come down and be the strict disciplinarian. You're just always writing them. You're blah, 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 blah. And I'm not one of those parents who's like, you got to be best friends with your kids. But I also just think that you need to be aware. Like, I don't know, maybe the game designer part of my brain, I always see these
Uh-huh.
trade-offs, like these little
Yeah.
health bars, right? You got
Trying
your
to iterate on
relationship
the
health bar, you
systems
got
that you were
your
exposed to growing up. Like, it's totally natural
yeah.
designer thing to want to do, I think. Okay.
So yeah, from that perspective, I was just like, school schmool, don't fail,
Uh-huh.
as
Uh-huh.
long as you're at least getting through it,
Don't
it's
let it
fine.
hold you back, but
Yeah,
don't get stuck in it either.
yeah. Right. So yeah, but to the ceremony. So
Okay.
I'm also inclined towards ceremony because I was raised Christian, conservative Christian. Um, Although it's the least ceremonial of all Christian sects, which is evangelicalism, which
Okay.
almost takes a perverse pleasure in saying that they don't have ceremonies.
Okay.
It's just the particular flavor, right?
Sure.
Um, and and maybe that was a part of it. Is I come from a long cultural tradition,
Uh-huh.
but the recent, within the past 100 years or so, has splintered off and poo-pooed a lot of those kind of ceremonies. So
Uh-huh.
anyway,
Uh-huh.
this was my attempt to be like, okay, what would personally work well for me and my family?
Mhm.
What could my boys actually take away from it and thrive? And who knows, maybe someday pass it on to their kids.
Mhm.
Um, and so, yeah, it when I boiled when I started studying these coming of age ceremonies, the question that kept coming up to me was like, what is the purpose? What are they actually achieving?
Mhm.
And I think through it all, like when you boil them all down, essentially what they're doing is saying, here are the values of our community. Here are your expectations as an adult. Here's how you are going to thrive in this community, in this culture as an adult. Um, whether that's
Yeah.
anything from, the going out on the great hunt to the walkabout to the like, there's this one tribe that like jumps off of a giant platform on a bungee vine and like they have to hit the top of their head but not break their neck. And so it's like
All right.
it's
A
kind
little
of
bit
like
of
the ultimate
population
trust
control
fall.
going on with that.
Yeah, I don't get it, but it's a thing. So anyway,
But
yeah,
there's a need across cultures to not just raise children, but to formalize, to find a moment to communicate to them, hey, like it's time to grow up. Like we've been
yeah.
teaching you all these years, so let's shrink this all down to an experience that you're going to remember and is going
Mhm.
to be instructive about how to proceed into the future. That's cool. And
Yeah.
how'd you tackle that?
So, I think I had defined the goal. The goal
Okay.
is impart your values.
Uh
How to do that? Again, looking at lots of different ceremonies across lots of different cultures. Um, the kind of sweet spot I was trying to hit was it's got to be memorable. How do you make a thing memorable?
mhm, mhm.
Because if you go out to Chuck E. Cheese, we've
Yeah.
done that lot.
Eh, yeah.
If you have just a party, um, eh. So I thought of this idea of a challenge.
Oh.
We have this beautiful environment that we live in the Pacific Northwest, and lots of mountains around it. So I was
Mhm.
like hiking up a mountain. That's so classic, right? Um,
Yeah.
and it's there. It's not like we live in the middle of Iowa or something, right?
Uh-huh.
So we
Uh-huh.
have this opportunity on a golden platter here. Mount St. Helens actually, so that's about 2 hours south of us here in Seattle, and it has a lot of historical significance to our family. Most of my extended family lives in the Longview area, which is just a hop, skip, and just downwind. So
Cool.
they were one of the communities that was covered in 5 inches of ash when Helens exploded, I believe, in
Ooh.
1980. Um,
Okay.
yeah,
Close.
and so there's our family hikes Mount St. Helens fairly frequently,
Yeah, okay.
and so it's a known spot. It's not like a Mount Kilimanjaro or something where you need hiking, serious gear. You can just walk up it. And there's
Mhm.
some scrambling over boulders and scree and stuff, but for the most part, it's pretty straightforward, pretty
Mhm.
easy. I want to say it's like 4 hours going up, maybe 5. Um, Anyway, yeah, so there it was. I had my list of values that I had sat and kind of like gone through and asking myself, like, again, distilling things down. What is important to pass on to my kids?
Mhm.
Let's just pick a number because I could just spout off values all day. But what are the most important central ones? And that's really when I struck on something that I had felt all my life, but articulating it was really powerful to me.
Mhm.
And it sounds so granola or whatever, but or new agey, who knows what it is. But just striking on this idea that love is foundational to them all
Mhm.
was powerful to me,
Mhm.
and that was actually one of the things that became a catalyst for driving forward my work on the Tales from Talifar IP that I've been developing.
Uh-huh.
Was now that I've found this value, which I ended up labeling fierce love, which is because in English, love can mean anything from like
Yes.
I want to have sex with you to this is the best pizza ever.
Uh-huh.
Um, it- I had to be more specific. What love are we talking about here, right?
Mhm.
And so a love that is willing to sacrifice, but in a wise way,
Mhm.
so you don't fall off the edge of like becoming codependent or all these ways you can sacrifice yourself in an unhealthy way,
Right.
and you don't have the love on the other side, which is only about like self-serving and how can I get people to love me, that sort of thing. So fierce love
Balance,
was
love
my
of the
thing. And
self
so
and love of the other. Yeah.
yeah, there's C.S. Lewis has a wonderful book called The Four Loves that
Uh-huh.
separates them out in really fun
Oh,
detail. But
okay. Okay.
the important thing to me was, okay, now that I have this value, I can have a proposition for what am I doing with my life, right?
Uh-huh.
Uh, because I've always uh, hmm, since I think high school, I've had this idea I'm going to make my own franchise, my own Star Wars, my own Lord of the
Oh,
Rings,
this is an
whatever.
old idea. Got it. Got it.
Yeah. But I had never connected it to values in any way besides
Yeah.
this is a fun thing I want to do. And so it's when I connected it and said, okay, what is the purpose of making this? And I decided I'm going to try to make the world more loving with stories.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So that's my business goal now. And it's like now I can put everything through that lens of like as I'm developing stories, like what you can choose from a billion different potential ways to tell a story, right? So I have a lens now to start thinking through these things. And that's wow, you wanted rabbit trails. There's a rabbit trail.
That's a cool
The
one, man.
point
I love how deeply you've thought through this stuff.
I overthink a lot. Yeah, I have a blog that I started back when I started at ArenaNet, so
Uh-huh.
back in 2003 or 4. And there's probably like 10 books worth of blogs in there where I just think and think and think and think out loud.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Um,
I sympathize.
y- yeah, overthinking probably, uh, but I enjoy it.
Is it
So
overthinking
it's
though, or is
not.
it thinking just the right amount?
I think it varies from person to person. I do
Right?
think that there are personality types that they can think so much that it's like actually negative for them.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
your mileage may vary. Anyway, yeah. So the idea with the ceremony, how do I impart these values? I came up with 12.
Mhm.
That's like a number associated with lots of my religious tradition, um, and then I ascribed each of those values to a different stone, and I picked the different stones. In the Torah, it's each of the 12 tribes of Israel has a stone associated with them. So
Okay.
I got little
Okay.
chips of all the various stones that could slot into a ring. So it's so video game,
That
right?
is so
But
gamey, and I love it.
yeah, so I made the silver ring. I with the my our family crest, which I decided is a lion's head inside of a heart. So
Uh-huh.
that's the fierce love going on,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And um and that's also my company logo. So I made a ring
Ah,
with that. It's got the 12 slots in it, and the idea was that and I made 12 rocks, and each of these rocks had the value written in a nice script on it. Like I carved it into the rock.
okay.
I put a little chip of that particular semi-precious stone in there with epoxy, and
Wow.
so they've got these little relics. And the idea was
Are, are these real
as
rocks with weight, or are they like sculpted
yeah.
things? Okay, okay.
No, these are rocks. I went to a quarry and I asked, I tried to find the perfect kind of rock that would work for these things
Look at all this
because the whole
work I put
idea
into
was
this. Wow.
ridiculous.
I love it.
Um, right. So I got all these rocks, 12 rocks that are probably a pound or two each.
Uh-huh.
And the idea was we're going to go up the mountain and we're going to stop 12 times and I'm going to deliver this rock, out of my backpack into your backpack. Here is a
Mm-hmm.
value.
Mm-hmm.
Here's why I think it's important. Here's what it means to me. Here's what I hope it means to you someday.
Okay.
Put it in the kid's backpack.
Okay.
And then we continue. And so by the time we're getting to the top, they're hauling these heavy
Yeah.
rocks. And this is where I get overly didactic about it. So when we get near the final ascent, so there's a scree slope. Scree is like loose, pebbly gravel. So you
Mm-hmm.
kind of have to like scramble up. At that point, we stop and I say, so these values, you'll notice, make life harder. Like
Mm-hmm.
you actually have to make a sacrifice in order to carry these values with you. And there's one final lesson I want to show you. So let's go ahead and take all these values out of your backpack. So we take them out. Oh, it's so much lighter, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, now here's the opposite of all those values. And we have bigger, jagged stones with the anti-value
Okay.
attached to
Okay.
them. So we load up their backpack and now it's much heavier, So hopefully it's like embodying a physical version of this object lesson.
Uh-huh.
And it's a couple minutes of very strenuous climbing
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and clambering up to the top. Um, and again, I'm trying to hit that sweet spot where it's memorable. I don't want to literally torture my kids, right? I don't want them to resent me by the time this is done, but I do want them to remember it.
No
So
vine
there's
bungee
a
drops,
sweet
huh?
spot there. Yeah. So yeah, we get up to the top and then make a little fire and we put the anti-value, the papers with the anti-values are on the rocks and we burn
Uh-huh.
the anti-values, and then in the ashes is the ring and I give them the ring. And then the idea is that as they grow over the next, because this is when they turn 13,
Mm-hmm.
until they graduate high school, I was just going to kind of periodically slot one of the, value stones into their ring until they upgrade the ring to all,
Okay.
12 stones. Um, and that was the idea. That was the thought.
And
The the reality is always that things are just way messier than you would like and way
uh-huh.
less poetic and down and dirty. And I think that's kind of beautiful though, because um it you can work really hard to do a thing and have it all turn to ash. And that's okay because the process of working hard at that thing is it's
It tra-
defining yourself
it
as a
transforms
person
you,
and hopefully
not just the
defining my
world.
family and defining my relationships with my
Yeah.
family, right?
Yeah.
So, uh, yeah, so that's what it was. And yes, it was very complicated, took a long time and a lot of work.
But I bet you there was a lot of okay dad.
Yeah, yeah, 13 is okay dad sort of age.
And how long ago was this?
Oh boy, well, my youngest is 21 now,
Okay.
almost 22.
Okay.
Yeah,
Eh,
so
eh,
a while
So
ago.
you said it was messy, but I'm just curious. Like, did you find any moments to confer the stones into the ring after? Like, were there any good moments that followed this,
So
or is it the part that didn't work out?
here's the gory details of it. Well,
Oh,
not too
okay.
gory because other people are involved. But the big picture is that my oldest son had a very very difficult teenage period.
Okay. Okay.
Um, And yeah, I won't go into details, but it was not pretty, and
This was not the top
it
priority.
involved, yeah. So that kind of um, ruined my plans, my perfect plans to do this thing, right? But again, at some point in his life, I'm hoping he'll come back and say, can I have that ring?" And I'll say, "Absolutely." This
Yeah.
is, um, and then because of all the chaos that was caused by my older son,
Hmm.
uh, my younger son was also perturbed in various ways.
Mm.
He turned out a lot more stable at the time. But I try to look at things in the big picture and in the long term. And
Hmm.
so it's too soon to say anything. But yeah, I did not end up doing that. I will though. I'm going to give him the ring with that
Okay.
with the stones. But he's currently living with us right now.
Hmm.
Gen Z, they're just so lazy. No, that's not it. It's
Yeah.
turns out our economy is actually really, really bad for young people, and
Yeah.
it's a mess out there. So
Yes, it
I'm happy to
is.
have him live with us as long as he's like working towards a goal, and he's thriving as well as a 21-year-old trapped in his bedroom for a year plus can
Mm.
be. Like he's been
Oof.
teaching himself all these instruments and music production and making music videos, and so yeah, I'm really proud of him.
That's
And
good. Making
yeah,
something of the time. That's the best you can hope for in this kind of
yep.
situation. Which I mean, it seems to be at least in the Seattle area. Like things are starting to look better. So
Mhm.
you know, maybe the
Hopefully
end
we
of the
don't get a
world.
1-2 punch of like some other strain that is immune to the
I'm
to our
worried,
current.
man. I'm worried, man, because I don't know. Like I've been watching the way people have been acting over the last year, and I feel no confidence that we've got this shit figured out.
Yeah,
uh,
agreed.
yeah, okay, we agree. Well, a beautifully designed ceremony, and I think the intention behind it is the thing that I find. I mean, obviously the execution was amazing, and it makes a great story, but the intention behind it and the intentionality of saying, here's a responsibility that I have and how do I want to execute it. I don't know, as someone who, was a teenage boy at one point, like, and I'm sure this is where the idea came from you too. Like, I had no idea how to become an adult when I finally got to be adult years old. And my baby boomer parents, God bless them, who uh, did part time work during the summer to pay for their education and all that good stuff, and had houses and families in their early, and in their mid 20s, and like they
It's just
just
it's hilariously like it just blows my mind. Yeah,
I
working part-time to put yourself through college, it's just a thing you do.
I love my parents. I love my parents, but when it comes to certain things, because of that just dissonance in the realities at different points in our lives, it's just I can't ask him for help. It sucks.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think I'm at a weird like in between age where I'm like a young Gen Xer. Like I was born in 75.
okay,
So,
okay.
millennials technically start somewhere in the early 80s. So I'm almost millennial, and I've definitely experienced the beginnings of the financial tribulations that millennials would continue to go
Yeah.
through, and it's only gotten worse since then. Inflation versus minimum wage is
Mhm,
just
mhm.
off the charts ridiculous. And yeah, seeing the expectation from the boomers of, well, we did this thing. Why don't you just do this thing, dummies? Stop buying avocado toast and you can buy a house. Um,
Go knock on doors, you know?
yeah.
Uh, definitely. I mean, there's the interesting thing is that if you ask those questions, there are kernels of truth that you can glean from them. But when you're a kid, you don't know how to pick the truth out from the flawed advice. And yeah,
Yeah.
I was astonished to learn not long ago that I am actually technically a millennial. I was born in the early '80s.
Okay. Yeah.
I grew up without social media, without cell phones, and
Hmm.
iPhone came out by the time after I was out of college and I was out in the workforce. I'm like, how could I possibly be a millennial? It doesn't sound right, but apparently I am.
Yep.
I think
Yeah.
that
Millennials are old in the tooth now.
I think Zennial is the word people use for either people who are close to the Gen X millennial line.
Okay.
Have you
I
heard
thought.
that?
So I've heard Gen Z. Zennials. Huh. That makes sense.
I don't know. This is not my expertise. But anyway, growing up is hard, and
It is. And that's why I hoped the idea was like specific advice about how to live your life is less valuable than saying, here are values that I think are perennial.
mhm,
They're something that can be applied regardless of the context. Um, at least, in the term within a couple generations, right? I mean, values are still going to change throughout the ages, but you know, honesty, like
okay,
it's going to hurt you
okay,
in some context, it's going to help you in other contexts, but in general, for your own well-being and health and mental
mhm,
well-being,
mhm,
you're probably better to be honest in
mhm,
almost any context. Here's this value. Here's why it's
right,
good.
right,
Yeah. So, but when it comes to like adulting, the whole thing, like how do you rent a house? How do you fax something to
balance a
to the
checkbook,
government to get this
yeah,
thing because there's still
pay
these
your
fax machines.
taxes,
Uh, right. All those sort of things are just always changing, right?
yeah.
So it's like they should be taught in school, but they are under taught. Fortunately, Google helps a lot with that sort of thing these days.
Yeah, man, I don't know what school is supposed to do anymore. After my experience going through it, I heard you share that you had a not a good one. Like I know a lot of people who feel the same way. I watched this great video by a YouTuber named Zoe B talking about how grading is awful, and it creates a system that incentivizes students not to learn but to obey, and that's what they learn. And
Yeah.
when you were talking about not making grades a priority, I wondered if maybe you were making not obeying sort of not the highest priority too. Like I wonder if that was something you thought about.
It could be.
You seem like someone who might value the ability to not obey.
Yeah, for sure. What I value is evaluating everything so that you could make good decisions for yourself and those around you,
Yeah, yeah,
right? Because the structures that we are in are an artifact of our culture, and culture is defined by a million different moving parts, and it's so
hmm,
like random and emergent. And the idea that just following whatever the current paradigm is the best for you and everyone else strikes me as a very odd assumption.
hmm, hmm. Yeah, yeah. I really empathize with that. Yeah, I think like my own path through life has looked kind of like school was pretty good for me for the most part because I did well on tests, so I didn't have to fix my school experience. It just worked for me because I did well on tests. Um, I got to a point where my undiagnosed ADHD started screwing me because I couldn't do anything long term over time. It would be 20 years before I figured out that that's what my problem was. But better late than never.
Common
And,
story, yes.
and my 20s were all about uh, being miserable and trying to distract
Mhm.
myself from being miserable. And along the way, learning a little bit the way how the way the world works. And then my 30s have been all about um, like actually figuring out, oh, here's how I want to be in the world. Here's how I want to engage with what's around me.
Yeah.
I don't know what's next,
Yeah.
but I'm compared to my 20s, I am happy as a clam. I'm happier than I've ever been. I don't miss my 20s at all.
Nope. Yeah, same. Definitely, at 46, I have never been more at peace and had more joy in my life, or been busier. Honestly, like I work constantly. I'm almost always at least uh, double booked. If I'm watching something, I'm also sculpting in ZBrush.
Uh
If
huh.
I'm working in the garage, I'm also streaming. and which is also going towards my book, which is also going towards a YouTube video, which so
Yeah.
it's like, and to me, it's like maybe again, it's my age, but I think about what I hope to accomplish, which is banana pants. It will never happen. I'm not going to be the next George Lucas or whatever, and that's okay. But that is what I'm shooting for. Like, I want to be producing and directing TV or whatever the media of the future is. That is as good looking and high quality acting and storytelling as like Game of Thrones. The first several seasons.
Okay.
And so like there's a long distance between, we wrote a novel, and I'm currently developing a graphic novel with a friend of mine, and then eventually hope to roll that into, da 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 da. And as the price of production for filmed media gets lower and lower, I actually think the future is really machinima. I think you're going to be able to make movies that look like Game of Thrones in Unreal Engine 7 or 8 in the next decade or two.
You're even seeing game engines get used in major Hollywood productions, like Mandalorian, I think, made heavy use of Unreal Engine stuff.
Yeah, most of their environments are just straight out Unreal.
That's cool.
So yeah, that's a really exciting possibility out on the horizon. They need to conquer the uncanny valley, which is fine. It gives me time to get my stuff in order. Again, like because I was able to say to myself, this is the reason for doing what I'm doing, for making this IP. I can not be diverted by things like spectacle, for instance.
Okay.
Because if it was all about what's really exciting to me, I would be trying to develop the TV series right now.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And I'd be putting the cart in front of the horse. Because really, in order to make the world more loving with stories, the stories are what needs to be figured out. Right.
Okay.
And it's like, how does one do that? What kind of stories are going to accomplish this? That, to me, requires experimentation. It requires an examination of the context, getting stuff out there, hearing back from people. It's a long, big process that can't be shortcutted. And so I'm kind of almost glad that my ultimate dream is contingent on technology that hasn't been developed yet. So, by the time I'm 60 or 70, I will be the wizened old TV producer wizard who's making, my Tales from Talifar TV series, and or
nice.
Again, whatever the media of the day is.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to dig into Tales. Is it Tales of Talifar or Tales from Talifar?
TFT.
Tales from Talifar. Great. This is so interesting. I'm so interested in this. But before I do that, I just want to say that I really. Part of the reason I wanted to have you on is because this part of you, watching your content, I've seen, is that you care a lot about not just what you make, but why you make it. And this is a major interest of mine because I think, like the way you started, I have a stable job that pays my bills. And when I take time to talk to people and make content, it's after my day job. And it's like my second job that I don't get paid for, at least yet.
Yeah.
And so I have to spend a lot. Yes, yet. That's the operative word and the hopeful word. And I have to spend a lot of time asking myself, why am I doing this? Because sometimes I just crush myself under my own boot. And the benefit of doing that is, if there is one, in terms of lifestyle changes, is far off. So, and I actually tweeted out the other day, like that there are like just kind of one-off sentiment, like that there's a lot of talk about how to stream, but not a lot of talk about why to stream. And I see a lot of people out there doing the things you're supposed to do, like you're supposed to do giveaways to get people, to increase your numbers, to get subscribers. And I know the way the numbers work on streaming and YouTube. I know how hard it is to make meaningful income there. And I'm not sure I understand the whys of the people who are doing that. But with you, Josh, I feel like I see your why, because you talk about it and you're open about it. And to connect your why with your values, what you hope to pass on to your sons, and what you hope to bring forth into the world with these stories is incredibly, I can't think of enough good adjectives. Fascinating is definitely one, and something that I really admire be the other thing. So
Wow.
I
I
really want to
appreciate that. I
underline that.
mean, let's not be too rose-colored here. All humans tell themselves a story about why they're doing a thing, and then the real reasons are deep and dark and treacherous and multifaceted. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that there are parts of me that are doing this purely for ego. I'm trying to think of I definitely not for money.
Uh huh.
Because
Uh huh.
again, I'm well aware the chances of actually succeeding at launching a franchise are 1 in a million,
Uh
and it just is what it is. But it is like I have a creative passion and energy inside of me that's going to be going full steam regardless. Why
right.
not direct it with my values, right? So I
Hmm.
think that's or what I purport my values to be, what I strive for my values to
Yeah.
be. That's the story that I tell myself. And as long as I feel like I am actually like living towards
Hmm.
those values, then I think I'm doing all right. Again, someone sitting next to me might be like, "You're not really doing it for those reasons," and yeah, I would be open to that criticism. But
As we all should be. As we all should be.
yeah,
No, like, so what's the? I read somewhere recently that there's this idea, this evolutionary theory that the reason that the main function that the human brain has is of rationalizing our actions and our emotions. Uh,
yeah, the elephant and rider analogy in let's see, I think it's Jonathan Haidt's
okay.
or sorry, The Righteous Mind.
Ah,
Is really good. I love it. So it's basically like you can imagine the rational part of the brain as a rider that sits on top of an elephant's head. The
yes.
elephant is the rest of the brain, and it's just doing what it does. And the writer is kind of like trying to make suggestions. You could do this or you could do that. But mostly what the writer is
Yes.
doing is explaining why the elephant's doing what it's doing
Yes.
and giving
Sorry.
captivating,
Sorry.
compelling stories about why it did what it did.
I love that analogy. I'm sure that Jonathan Haidt is who I've heard it from too, like on a Joe Rogan podcast or something. Um, but yeah, that's and I like the using the word writer to describe the process because it implies storytelling and how
Mm,
intrinsic the our need to tell a story about to tell ourselves a story about the world and to tell the world a story about us are to
yeah.
how we act day in day out. Oh, speaking of stories, Tales from Talifar.
Yes. It's a good
So
story. You should check it out.
you have a book there. It's called The Scarred King, Book One, Exile. So how many books are we talking about?
Well, so we currently have two that are published.
Uh huh.
Uh, they're on Amazon. You can get them on paperback or ebook. We have a total of 12 books written.
Wow.
Now,
Holy shit.
yeah, so this is just one of those like ridiculous, fortuitous things about. Okay, let's start with this baseline. I
Okay.
have almost every privilege that a person could have in
Okay.
the West. I'm a white male, Christian background, work in the tech industry. I got a full head of hair,
I'm right there with you, except
everything,
for the
right?
hair thing.
Now, on top of all of this, I have a mom who happens to be a science fiction author.
Oh, that
And
helps.
yeah, so, I was doodling, I guess would be a word to use on
Okay.
this world, doing the world building part of Tales from Talifar since, like I said, since high school. Um, it was when I moved back over here and was able to reconnect with my parents.
Hmm.
I think I
Hmm.
mentioned my ex-wife hated my parents and she
Yes.
had a never-ending campaign to poison our relationship. So when she was out of the picture, I was able to reconnect with my parents and my mom, who has written several science fiction novels and
Oh,
and been published in various places, um, was like, I was telling her about the world that I was developing, and she
Of
said,
course.
"Well, how about I write a story in it?" And I was
Huh.
like, "Huh, seems too early because I haven't designed everything yet." Um, Now looking back, and it must have been about 15 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Looking back, I wish I could tell myself back then, secret here, you can never world build an entire world. Like, no
Uh-huh.
one can do that. It's
Uh-huh.
literally impossible. Uh, I do have interesting ideas, and I hope we'll loop back around to this
Okay.
about crowdsourcing this project. But for now,
Ah,
as an
yes.
individual or
Mm.
even a duo, no one is going to know all the things you need to know about fashion and culture and science and
Mhm.
plumbing
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
coinage.
Yeah.
Uh, that you need to do to create an entire world. So it was actually really fortuitous that she was both available and willing and happy to do this. And so, yeah, I had an idea for the first story. I knew, for instance, that we wanted to have a globe-trotting quest type of story
Uh-huh.
because I'm developing this world. We need to put a character through the ringer to
Yeah.
like experience this world and really like surface what are the things I haven't figured out yet. How are we going to approach just an infinite
Sounds
number
very
of.
vertical slicey.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty
Uh-huh.
much a Talifar vertical slice is what this
Okay.
first trilogy ended up being.
Uh-huh.
Um, so yeah, we kind of developed the story together. She did the majority of the actual like writing
Mhm.
because another thing that I've learned throughout the years is that um, I like to think as an artist, hey, I've been doing art for a long time. I can make a map. I
Mhm.
can make a sculpture. I can make a painting. I can make a font.
Mhm. Mhm.
Right? Like all of these things seem so like related and overlapping in the Venn diagram of skills. And what I've learned is that Venn diagram, it's not like that. It's more like, there's like a 10-20% overlap,
Uh-huh.
and learning to make a font or a world map, et cetera, is another year undertaking of just like
Mm.
learning. Well, in order to do something that's at like industry standard quality, right?
Okay. Right.
Um, yeah, and so, but like writing a novel, that's not a year task. That's like a lifetime task to get
Mhm.
really good at.
Mhm.
And, my mom had been doing it for 30-ish years at that point. So
Mhm.
she had the technical and artistic chops to really do it justice and do it right. And so that's really what kickstarted things. She wrote the original trilogy back in the mid aughts, I would guess.
Mhm.
And it took this long to get to the point where I think it was 2019. We just got this one published,
Hmm.
where I was doing a lot of visual development, a lot of editing. We would do a lot of back and forth because one of my goals when it comes to the franchise, I mentioned, working at ArenaNet taught me a lot about franchise management.
Okay.
And so I'm taking a lot of lessons away from that.
Interesting.
And also examining other franchises. You look at Lord of the Rings, you look at the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Star
Yeah.
Wars, etc.
Yeah.
Like they all have very interesting um, stories just about the franchise
Mhm.
and how the individual releases of those franchises impacted the franchise as a whole and how
Mhm.
they interrelate. Those things are really interesting to me because in my mind, no one has done it well. No,
Uh-huh.
and I think I have a theory about this.
Huh.
The reason it's never been done well is because none of those franchises were started from a universal or a pan media approach,
Mm.
as in they all started with one artifact, be it a comic book, a
Mhm.
novel, a
Mhm.
movie,
Mhm.
etc. And then all of the other like side media from that are were considered sort of ancillary, um, and um, not much effort, some effort, but not much effort has been put into keeping a canon that respects everything together.
Right.
And I think that's because you can't retrofit that. It has to be baked in from the very beginning of the franchise. This idea that, so my idea is if you read it in the novel and you watch the TV version of that novel, it's not going to be like the difference between the Harry Potter novel and the movie. where
Mhm.
some characters are not there, or a different character says that line because it's more convenient for the pacing, blah, 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 blah.
Hmm.
I have a theory that I need to prove with action, that you don't need to change the story to give to put it in a different media. I
Mhm.
think you need to be flexible in what you show and when you show it and how you show it, but I don't think you need to
Yeah.
actually change things.
So, like,
Um,
this story or this moment would be good for a book versus this would be better for cinema because of what
right.
has to happen in it, that kind of idea?
Exactly, and you don't have to contradict a thing. You can show it from a different character's perspective.
Right.
You could show it in a different sequence, in a different order, but that doesn't mean that it happened in a different order, right?
Okay.
Um, Characters who have inner thoughts and inner monologues, there are other ways to articulate, or that character is no longer as focused on in the
Mhm.
visual media
Mhm.
because they are more of a thinker type character. So
Mhm.
that I have lots of, again, theories about ways to do
Uh-huh.
this, but I don't think or well, it's very rare that someone has been empowered, an author has been empowered to make sure that the visual representation of their story is uh, non-contradicting. So
Mhm.
the closest we get is like J.K. Rowling. She got a lot of power,
Right.
um, and she took the advice of a lot of the the infrastructure that exists
Mhm.
to,
Mhm.
to translate media from novel to movie.
Mhm.
She was not a filmmaker, obviously, and I think in order to make the fine-grained decisions to keep everything consistent, you need to really like be immersed and experienced in
Mhm.
both elements.
Hmm.
And I think because it's rarely a priority to have them not contradict, it's easily sacrificed on the altar of production schedules and budget and
Yeah.
etc. So
Serving the needs of the
I
product.
yeah, and another big part of that is that, and this is breaking down now, another trend that I perceive to continue and will be good for me and my franchise
Uh-huh.
is this idea of very bespoke or expected times, basically. So
Hmm.
a TV show should be half an hour or an hour. A movie should be between 1.5 to 2.5 hours.
Okay.
These kind of arbitrary times that are a relic, of for various commercial
Yeah, the
reasons. They
needs of
are
the
what they
medium.
are.
Yeah, that a lot of them are
Yeah.
not here anymore because of streaming, etcetera.
Yep. And so, yeah, to the idea of taking, my novel here and turning it into a TV series where, maybe one episode covers one chapter, maybe an episode covers 5 chapters,
Mhm.
maybe maybe it's put in completely different order, but it's still the same story,
Mhm.
right? Or maybe an episode is 15 minutes and another episode is 2 hours, and that's okay. I don't, it's like what serves the story best and the experience of like being along
Mhm.
in that story.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's starting to drive the creative decisions more than the commercial side of things
Mhm.
um, used to. So I'm excited about that, and I find that so those two things, the creative control of an authorial intent that has a clear, I guess that this might be another element of that, has a clear idea of the thematic reason for a story to exist,
Right.
right? So another example of this is the Chronicles of Narnia movies,
Hmm.
where the movies were made by people who had a completely different worldview than C.S. Lewis, right? And that's fine, but they just either didn't understand what he was trying to do or didn't care about it or thought it wasn't commercially viable
Sure.
and just chose to focus on completely different elements of the story to the point where it's just like, what's the point of even adapting this story? Just make a different story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there are important themes and messages that the author intended that are just completely neglected
Mhm.
or, turned on their head.
And how important is it to like, how important is the honoring of the intent and the theming versus the honoring of the specific details and actions and character moments? Like, what do you think that is more powerful to you?
I think that my goal would be to sacrifice neither. The
Uh-huh.
but again,
Sounds
with the
hard.
caveat that details can be presented in many different ways. You
Uh-huh.
know, you could hear a sound from off screen, or you can see an explosion, or you can have someone relay it in a piece of dialogue. They remember a thing happening, and all of these things can point to the same event, right?
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, I think there are lots of creative ways to get both. I
Uh-huh.
just think no one has had the impetus or the enthusiasm about doing so that I do.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm thinking too about some of like the franchise gore that I've witnessed and what your approach, how your approach could be a response to that. Like, so
Mhm,
I love Star Wars growing up too. Um,
mhm.
I was shown the original trilogy when I was a kid, and I think my mom was pregnant with me and went to go see episode 6 in the theater while she was pregnant with me. So that's
Nice.
the supposed justification of why I love Star Wars. And
Baked in.
yeah, yeah, definitely, it was part of the formula. So. And when I was in my teenage years, I got really into the extended universe books. I probably read
Oh yeah.
50, 60, 70, 80 books in a couple years
Roll
of Star
Thrawn,
Wars.
man. Yeah.
Man, like the I don't know if you're familiar with it, but like the Timothy Zahn trilogy, like
Yeah,
Heir
yeah.
to the
All
Empire.
right. I said the words Admiral Thrawn, but I realized I
Oh,
said
you
it
said
in such
Thrawn.
a choked, excited way that you couldn't understand it.
Oh, Thrawn. Dude. I'm
Yeah.
and then didn't they bring Thrawn back into like Clone Wars and stuff? It's in some of the newer Star Wars. Like he's been
I have
repurposed,
not
I
seen
think.
that animated stuff.
Yeah,
No.
me neither. Me neither. But anyway, and then then that they basically, when Force Awakens needed to be made, they were like, you know what? None of this was real. None
No.
of this was canon. And man, that was a major feels bad man to me. I uh
Yeah.
I did not like that.
Yes. And I totally understand why it happened. The behind the scenes of the Star Wars franchise in general is one of the most fascinating franchise stories that you can imagine.
Okay.
Just having the man behind it who had 100% control
Uh-huh.
for the majority of it, but at the same time hardly cared at all about the ancillary, the extended universe stuff.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then when he goes, to make his thing again, I don't think I think I remember an interview or someone had asked him, what he knew about those novels, and he pretty much
Yeah.
was like, I never read them,
Yeah.
no idea. And it's like, how is this like your most famous, biggest work and biggest accomplishment in your life,
Yeah.
and you just don't even care about what other people are doing,
Treating
like in your playground that you designed.
treating the
Um,
books like merchandise, like toys or stuff
yeah,
like that.
yeah, yeah, and the comics and the games and blah blah blah. And so, what's interesting is like, I know lots of people who have worked on the various Star Wars games, and actually the guy that I'm doing the graphic novel Tales from Talifar graphic novel with right
Oh,
now worked on some Star Wars comics for Marvel.
okay.
And so I've heard lots of stories about Lucasfilm's requirements and like
Mm.
how they'll change things kind of in ways that seem incredibly arbitrary. So there is a mechanism at work by which there is some creative control exerted over the ancillary material, but then it's like you're paying that price for no reason because it all gets ignored anyways. It's like
Yeah. Like someone's trying to
I don't know.
justify their job or something.
Yeah, and the whole and Lucas just as a creator is fascinating. How the prequels ended up, and I know I have to be careful around this because, old fogey like me, everyone of my generation hated the prequels. It was
Yeah.
just a complete betrayal of everything and blah 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 blah.
I was more on
Um,
your side about that stuff, by the way. So,
Yeah,
I
but people,
sympathize.
10, 20 years younger than me, who were like grew
People
up
who
on the
saw it when they
prequels.
were kids love it.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
now we have this new wave of Star Wars fans who didn't don't understand why people didn't like those movies. And
Yeah,
it makes me sympathetic with people who thought things like Ewoks were dumb.
yeah. I have a friend. Peter Freeze. He was
Yeah,
a writer at ArenaNet for a
yeah.
long time. Um, yeah, he was one of those. He's I don't know, maybe 5 years older than me,
Okay.
but he was a Ewok hater. Because he was a teenager when the Ewoks came out.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right. All
So,
right. You can't like the Ewoks if you're a cool teenager, that's for sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
It
remember feeling
is
that way about
interesting.
the Gungans and
Yeah,
there's so much to pick apart about those movies. But I mean what's his name? Hayden Christensen, the guy who played Anakin.
yeah,
Apparently he's
mhm,
coming back for the new Obi-Wan pick
yeah,
thing. So that's pretty darn cool.
yeah. It's but it's one of those things where it just breaks my brain and makes me so sad that this is a great example you just mentioned. Like, okay, so we're making connections between the various, the different eras of the IP,
Uh-huh.
but it's like the more connections that are made, the more painful it is that certain connections are ignored, right?
Mhm. Mhm. Mm.
As far as like my verisimilitude, or really what it comes down to is my investment in the IP.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
it's just like, is this real? Is this not? Does this matter into
Yeah.
everything else that's going on? Because I don't know. I guess I'm like, Star Wars is a magical world to me. It's a sandbox. It's a
Mhm.
playground, and I've never really cared about the main storyline of Star Wars. I've
Huh.
always cared about the world and visiting the planets and seeing the exotic aliens and the interesting technology and ships and droids and
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So the fact that Star Wars was like so focused on the on the
The Skywalker
Skywalker
saga, yeah.
blah blah blah, and then the last movie was just like the ultimate like kick in the butt
Oh my
in that
god, what a
regard, as far as
facepalm.
just like,
What a
here
facepalm.
is everything that you, Josh Foreman, don't care about anymore in Star Wars,
Yeah.
compacted into one movie. But yeah,
Yeah. I'm sure
it's
that we could
interesting.
do a
So
whole 2
anyway,
or 3
yeah,
hours just on that.
we could. Let's not though. The important takeaway for me, I think you highlighted this up. Well, obviously, you triggered me with bringing up Star Wars as the franchise that I'm my Talifar series is a reaction against,
Uh-huh.
as far as the management of the franchise is
Uh-huh.
concerned. And I think it's one of those things, because it is my favorite franchise. It is also the most painful to see it, in my opinion, fumbled. Again, not about the story, not because there's women or Asians in there, not because it's simply because they don't honor the whole tapestry
Right.
that has been created over 40 years.
Yeah, and the sense that you come away with is that at first you think that they don't care about it, about what makes Star Wars good or what makes it special, and then you realize that they don't know what makes Star Wars good or
Yeah,
special. It's like there's no man behind the curtain is the sense you end up getting.
exactly. It's a getting back to the theme thing, and
Okay.
I think articulating my values to my kids, I see you can resonate, or you can do the same thing with a franchise. Here
Mhm.
are the design pillars or the values that we are trying to communicate with this franchise. Filter your work through that. Like, I
Mhm.
am happy to have different authors. I mean, my hope is that one day, we make some giant hit. One of the books that we write is a Harry Potter style success.
Mhm.
Suddenly, there are numerous authors banging on our door. Please let us write for Tales from Talifar.
Uh-huh.
And then we're like, okay, here's the thing. Everything you write, it goes through this filter. There's a values filter, which
Mhm.
which maybe sounds a little fashy, but it's but it's not. Because when people hear that, when I just said it out loud, what I'm thinking is that people are like, ooh, so there's some kind of like acid test, like it can't have too much sex or violence
Mhm.
or this kind of political view or that, right? That's not what I'm talking
Gotta run
about.
it through the propaganda team first.
Yeah, exactly. No, but the biggest filter is here is a database and that is kept of everything that has happened that is in the canon,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
If you write something and it contradicts something that came before,
Mhm.
you're going to have to change it before it goes out. However, the trade-off is you now have the power to make something that will be true in perpetuity for this franchise
Mhm.
forever, right?
Mhm.
So Timothy Zahn back in the 90s, his characters would be canon in the new Disney movies
Mhm.
if I
Mhm.
had run the franchise, right? So
Yeah.
that so while it would be a burden for a lot of authors to have these creative strictures, in the sense that they can't contradict other stuff, also have this amazing opportunity to like really make their mark.
Sure. And also just answers to questions. Um, I look at like talking about more franchise gore. I look at the way Game of Thrones, the TV series, ended up, um,
Mhm.
where that TV show so clearly lost its rudder when it lost the base material from George,
Yeah.
the the guy, the main guy behind the franchise. When they started going off book, all of a sudden they lost their true north. Um,
Yeah. The
and
most fascinating criticisms that I see of the last seasons, it entirely had to do with, here is a character that has been defined over, years. And
yes,
people feel like they know this character and understand this character and their motivations.
uh-huh.
And so you build a mental model in your head of that character and how they would react to things.
Mhm.
And then suddenly they just do completely random different things.
Yeah.
And that feels viscerally like a betrayal, like, oh, I never knew you. That
Yeah.
it's almost akin to an affair in that way, like
Ooh.
because you build this intimacy over years with these characters, and suddenly they're
Yeah.
not these characters.
Yeah.
Yes.
And like one of my favorite, so I love maybe no for you. I love when TV shows release one episode a week. And the
Mhm.
reason I love this is it's not because I don't like binging stuff. I do binge stuff from time to time when it comes to my watching habits, but I like to have the chance to talk about stuff between the releases. I like the community conversation. I like the broader the ability to be a participant in the world almost that affords. And
Yeah.
as episodes for Game of Thrones were being published, one of my favorite things to talk about was the importance of John's heritage, right?
Mhm.
And I think about something that you said about connections not being made, and about how that part of the story that was almost in a way bigger in the fan story of the world than in the actual on-screen story of the world. They didn't put a
Yeah.
lot of screen time into talking about that, but it was a mystery that was out there, and everyone just ran with it. Um, and how
Yeah,
sad
I
it
think
was
it
to
was
not
kind of
have
built
that
up to.
that Chekhov's gun be fired at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it seemed like it was dropped, that the hint was dropped enough that this is going to be the linchpin or the cornerstone of whatever the
Some
final,
dramatic event.
thing is going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did seem
Uh,
that way.
yeah. So one thing I'm never going to do in Tales from Talifar is start a serial without knowing where it's going
Okay.
or knowing the ending.
Okay.
So I
I
mean, I've seen that happen so many times with
yeah.
so many different IPs that it's just like I don't know why that's even allowed anymore.
Yeah.
It kind of blows my mind. Like I think it's a legacy from TV and maybe even going back
Like
to
episodic TV.
the yeah, well, going back to comics, I guess like A Christmas Carol, in the 1800s was written episodically, right?
Okay.
Um, but I'm almost sure that he knew where he was going with it, right?
Mm. Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I certain things baffle me, and it's also one of those things where, I'm speaking probably a bit out of arrogance in thinking like, oh, I can fix this
You're the
problem in this
guy.
industry that's
Yeah.
adjacent to me, but I don't actually have experience in. Um, but on the other hand, sometimes it takes a person from outside to just like Kool-Aid man through the wall and be like, I'm doing it this way, and sometimes it ends up, working. So
Yeah.
that's my swing for the fences sort of thing.
Yeah. No, I love it. I think it takes a brave person to put themselves in the position of being a fool when they're already good at something else, you know? To put themselves back in the position of being the learner, being the someone who's new to something and trying to do something big. Um, I think it's
That's
cool,
one
dude.
thing that I've actually shifted in quite a bit over these past couple years as
Huh.
I've been trying to focus more on the management of the franchise. Um, in that, like, well, originally I was doing 100% of the work, right? I was coming up with the stories, I was making the pictures,
Mhm.
I was doing the world building. Then my co-author slash mom came on board, and now I
Uh-huh.
had someone to share a lot of that responsibility and do most of the heavy lifting on the writing element. And so I was in mostly a supervisory role in that sense
Uh-huh.
of like, okay, I'm still doing world building, but now that she's writing, she's just coming up with world building that is necessary as she goes,
Happens on
right?
the way.
You
Yeah.
know, she created this whole species of the Tesla deck because
Ugh.
she needed a sidekick for Beaumark as he traveled around the world, because you for a globe-trotting adventure in a brand new world that people aren't familiar with, that
Uh-huh.
doesn't lean on a lot of the traditional fantasy tropes, you
Okay.
have to have a fish out of water character
Right.
that has to have things explained to them. Otherwise, you end up just like info dumping randomly, and that's just terrible, right? So
Mhm.
she knows all these things because she's an author for 30 years,
Huh.
40 years now. And so she creates this guy out of whole cloth and his whole culture and his whole this and that. And I mean, this it's fantastic. He's one of the best characters in fiction as far as I'm
Huh.
concerned. I'm a little biased, but read the trilogy. I think you'll agree.
Okay.
Um, and so the world building is happening in another brain now, right? Along with mine. I'm still
Mhm.
doing visual development. I need to feed that back to her.
Mhm.
She created the character with certain descriptions. I modified it and added things to it because sometimes I actually see this a lot in fantasy writing as opposed to games where there's such a strong visual element.
Mhm.
But in writing, almost all authors, when they describe um, uh, fashion, food, also architecture, they are almost always leaning very heavily on tropes.
Mhm.
Grecian architecture, or a jester that has a three-pointed hat. All this stuff. And as a visual designer, I'm always saying, okay, I
You wanna make
I
new
understand.
stuff.
Yeah, well, I understand why this trope is powerful and resonant, and a shorthand, most importantly,
Yeah.
readers get it, and then they fill in the details, right? But because I'm doing visual development that will eventually be part of a graphic novel and a movie and a TV show and a video game, I have to like get into the nitty-gritty of these details, and I'm adding novelty as I go,
Mhm.
which means putting tweaks and spins on the descriptions. And fortunately, she's open to that. She grumbles a little bit from time to time, but ultimately she's like, "It's your world, Josh. I'm just having fun, doing this stuff with you on it. It's all good."
That's really
So
cool. That's really cool.
yeah, so it's kind of like partnership on easy mode for now. And as I get
Yeah.
and like I said, I'm now working with a friend who has worked professionally in comics,
Mhm.
and I'm learning a lot about that art form. I've never
Mhm.
made my own comic before.
Mhm.
And I'm doing art, my own like spin on it, on the graphic novel, and making sure that he's very, um, he understands very clearly that I'm stepping into a new domain that I don't understand, and I'm relying on him to tell me when I'm breaking rules so that I can break them with purpose. Or I can say,
Mhm.
oh, I was breaking that rule for no real reason except ignorance, so I'm
Right.
happy to amend that and not break that rule now,
Sure.
right? This is something that is, you'll see this in the video game industry from time to time when a Hollywood person drops in and like, yo, I'm making a game now. And it turns out to be
Uh-huh.
like,
Uh-huh.
90% cutscene because that's what they know, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's like, so that's what I'm trying not to do. I'm trying to be very respectful of the mediums that I'm going into and making sure that I'm working with collaborators and showing them the deferment and respect that they deserve as
Mhm.
being kind of arbiters of what is good within that medium. And yeah, just again, breaking rules is fine, but know why you're doing it and do it judiciously.
Mhm.
Don't just randomly change things just because.
Right. What's the saying that I've heard about people want to see like 80% of what they know and 20% of what they don't. Something like
Yeah,
that.
the novelty versus tradition or trope or
Uh-huh.
whatever
Uh-huh.
you want to call it. Um, and that's actually interesting. I don't remember if I was listening to a podcast or reading an article about it, but they were kind of talking about the different psychological. It's different for different people. Some
Right.
people want 90% familiar. Oh, it's familiar versus novelty, right? So
Okay.
90%
Okay.
familiar versus 10% novel, and that's like in the way that Dungeons and Dragons is 90% Lord of the Rings, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
But they just like add a bunch of random other stuff to it.
Uh-huh.
I shouldn't say random. I have lots of friends who work on it, and they're very deliberate with their additions to Lord of the Rings.
Well
Um,
selected things. Let's say that.
yeah,
Well rolled.
um, yeah, but then you take. I'm trying to think of a like super original IP that like derivates in radical ways. I Because I'm thinking like the whole like late 70s through 80s fantasy, um, where they were mashing together sci-fi and fantasy, He-Man, Heavy Metal Magazine,
Uh-huh.
Mobius, lots of these different artists were playing with that idea of putting these two like genres smashed together aesthetically,
Mhm.
the fantasy and the sci-fi. And so that was like a whole thing, and it spawned a generation that has, could kind of continue that tradition. But the interesting thing is always like, where are you deciding how much is too much weird
Mhm.
stuff,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And the more you add novelty, the smaller your audience is going to get, the more niche it's going to get.
Right.
Um, and so, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do at Talifar is walk this fine line where I'm trying to lean on thematic tropes, but not visual tropes. Uh,
Uh-huh.
which, so for instance, we have dwarves essentially, which are
Okay.
people who live underground who mine for a living. They love mining,
John.
but all of my
Drinking.
design, I've given myself a constraint of scientific plausibility, and that drives the design in really interesting directions. That
Okay.
because it's a filter that's not in my control, I can't arbitrarily like choose a direction. It's like a randomizer for my design, which
Mhm.
is I think is healthy because it leads me in directions I didn't expect. And
Right.
so I get that novelty punch. So I just
It
asked myself,
restricts you,
okay,
which is
yeah,
useful
if
when you're
if
trying
you
to do
have
something
an
creative.
underground, yeah, if you have an underground dwelling people, how is this what is their biology going to be like? What is their society going to be like?
Okay.
And just question all of those things. So they are completely different. They're not humanoid for one. They're like a mix of yeah. I looked up animals that live underground, right? And
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
drew a
Mhm.
lot of inspiration from naked mole rats, from not too much from naked mole rats. They are mostly suddenly I can't remember the word. Honey bun is the little they're so cute, and suddenly I can't remember what they're called. Oh
Okay.
no, they're I'm sorry?
I'm just listening. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. They're related to armadillo. Wow. Wow. What a terrible brain gap
They're cute and they live
They're like
underground.
my favorite animal, but yeah, it's been a long day. Anyway, animals that live underground
Uh-huh.
share certain characteristics.
Mhm.
They share certain, or well, depending on if they are social or not.
Mhm.
Ones that live underground and are social tend to be eusocial, which means that they are very more hive oriented in a sense, where
Mhm.
they are working for the greater good as opposed to individualistic
Mhm.
um, motives and such. So anyway, all of that fed into this very original culture that ended up being spat out by our algorithm, more or less.
Okay. Okay.
We get to guide it a little bit with
Yeah.
choices. For instance, not making them look like naked mole rats.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But we already have those in Guild Wars 2, right?
Yes.
So,
All hail the
so yeah,
militarian.
exactly. Um, yeah, it's a fun process and it leads us in interesting directions. And what I'm hoping is that it provides enough familiarity with these tropes that the novelty of them being different enough
Right.
it's a sweet spot. That's what I'm hoping to hit, is a sweet spot.
Gotcha. You use the word algorithm, which makes me
Yeah.
think, like, so I've heard the idea, and I think it's true. I found in my own experience that sometimes if creativity isn't coming, the best thing to do is to find a useful restriction for what you're trying to do,
Mhm.
because being restricted provides ways to be creative that you don't have to be if you can do it whatever you want. And you then use the word algorithm, which made me think of like almost like like a seed for a Minecraft world, and like
Yeah.
you're kind of seeding your world with this uh, scientific plausibility thing, and it seems to me it's not necessarily about a goal of being scientifically plausible. It's more about like I need something to make this different and to seed this. What's it going to be? And
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
and
let
that's
me
what
tell you,
worked for
there are
you.
three reasons. There are
Okay,
three reasons why I settled on this algorithm, or you could call it a heuristic, or you could call it a filter, for instance.
okay,
This is the number one advice whenever a new world builder is asking me for advice. I'm
okay.
thinking of doing world building. What's the first thing I should do? I always say, pick a theme, pick
Uh huh.
something as a filter. It could be like gemstones. It could be low gravity. It could be,
Hmm.
just
Hmm.
pick a thing. Also, there's an amazing array online of like idea generators there's level design generators, there's world building generators, and you could just click next, next, next until something appeals to you,
Uh huh.
and you're like, okay. But why scientific plausibility appealed to me is three reasons.
Okay.
Um, I was raised very scientific analyze-y.
Okay.
My mom and dad are both like very just kind of in that modality of thinking and analyzing.
Okay. Okay.
Um, my mom actually taught classes on scientifically plausible alien biology
Holy shit.
at a college. So yeah, that's just kind of her thing, and I
Uh
was
huh.
raised in that milieu. Um, Also with a overly large vocabulary, and as a result, I'm a sesquipedalian, and I turn off a lot of people by saying words they don't understand, and that's a
That's the first one
fault
you've
that
gotten me with. All the other ones you said I do, but that one I've never heard of.
I love the word sesquipedalian because it means exactly what it sounds like, which is someone who uses overly long words.
All right. I'm gonna have to put that one in my quiver too. I love that.
Yeah,
It's a scripted
my two
alien.
favorite words are that one because it's so apt, and then the opposite of that one is pulchritude because it means of great beauty, and it is the ugliest word.
Yeah. Okay. I dig it.
I love irony. Anyway, okay, scientific plausibility. A, I was raised with it. B, as a filter, I already mentioned this, it drives my brain in unique directions that I wouldn't necessarily expect because I'm doing research that
Uh
forces me to go in unexpected directions. And then C or three, I can't remember how I was listing these. Um, it gives me the opportunity. Hey, this is actually looping back. I said I hoped we would loop back to this, and we're doing it right now.
Oh.
It allows me to crowdsource the world building. And here's how. The real world scientific plausibility is accessible to everyone, meaning that you can critique my work, you can read my book, and you could read something and be like, I don't think that would actually work that way. I know a lot about the tides and this blah, 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 blah. And you could write into me and I'll be like, you're right. Now that I see what you're saying, I'm going to change it in the next version. So that's why I have, again, taken from my experience as a video game designer on a live service game, I'm going to have patches. So this is version 1.0 of the book, and there will be a version 1.2, etc. as I get feedback. So it also allows me to do cool things such as get vetting from professionals. So I have paid a geologist to vet my everything that has to do with the tectonic plates that I designed. I designed the planet from scratch, all the tectonic plates, where they had moved from, the different subduction convergence, flip plates, blah blah blah.
That's cool, man.
The orogeny, where the mountains are and why they are, and then how that affects the weather patterns, blah blah blah. So yeah, I reached out. Went on Decora or geology Facebook groups, and I'm like, hey, I need someone to look over some stuff. I'll give you an honorarium of $100, and please tell me what I got wrong. Right now, what I hope that this grows into, again, predicated on like having a hit that people actually care about at some point, is that I will be able to tap into that nerd energy that exists in the universe. The people that debate on Star Wars forums about how a lightsaber would work, how the warp drive, how the Holdo maneuver, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like there's so much creative, intelligent energy that is being pumped into a vacuum that will never listen to them except for themselves. It's the fun of engaging with themselves. I plan to be the franchise that will listen, that will capture that energy and do something with it. And I think that provides an interesting value proposition to the world that has not existed yet. So
I like that. Taking the waste of the system and using it as fertilizer.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm thinking about this. Josh. So I imagine also, and viewer Henry is pointing this out, that probably having scientific plausibility as like a core value, as a filter, as you call it, would serve to probably ground the work in terms of its clear theming. Like it wouldn't seem like something that would be like a high fantasy work with magic flying everywhere and stuff like that. Is it more of the grounded type?
Yeah, definitely. I think it has a unique flavor because generally grounded fantasy or dark fantasy, those two are often conflated, kind of revel in the, I guess, the darkness of life. There's almost always a lot of rape, a lot of death, a lot of
Like Witcher or
misery.
something like that.
Yeah. Um, High fantasy tends to deal in, hero of a thousand faces kind of mythopoetic theming, which like is easy to resonate with a person's life because it's so broad and so generic, right? Like I should be good and not be bad because being bad is bad. That's what I take away from most mythopoetic stuff. And I shouldn't denigrate it in the sense like a lot of people, and probably myself included, like our sense of a moral compass and stuff is heavily influenced by the mythopoetic stories that we were raised with, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. I just think that there's plenty of it already. So my theory is that having a grounded, real world fantasy world is that you get the advantage of the novelty of being in a fun, exciting place. You get that feeling of exploration and discovery. that you get from high fantasy, but the grounding of it means that the specific applications of characters living out their lives, they're not the Homeric epic
Mhm.
heroes. They are more specifically like you and me. I guess it's kind of like the difference between the DC superheroes versus the Marvel superheroes, right? Where
Mhm.
it's like Spider-Man's gotta go to school and pay his bills and blah blah blah, but he's also trying to be a hero. So in
Yeah.
that sense, it's like, here is an example of a character living a life in this exotic world that's really fun and captivating to go through their life,
Uh-huh.
on this journey with them. But the lessons taken away from it are less applicable to everyone in the like Joseph Campbellian or Jungian archetype kind of
Mhm.
way,
Okay.
but more when they do apply to you as an individual who have gone through some kind of life event that is similar enough to this character on Talifar going through it, it hits harder. So
Mm.
sacrificing the broad sort of application to broad but diluted to narrower but stronger, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And so my hope is that that whole like make the world more loving with stories is showing these characters going through these things, and I also want to make sure that I'm careful not to be a preachy thing, right? This isn't like every
Mm.
character is not the virtuous, I'm a good person doing all the right things, I want
Yeah.
there to be every kind of story with every kind of character. It's not about saying this character is an object lesson to be followed, but more about seeing the storytelling is about framing the plot in a way that creates a theme,
Okay.
right? If you're focused on only plot, like this is a classic example that we see in our modern day where young unexperienced people will see characters like Walter White, like BoJack Horseman, etc.
The
Rick.
anti-heroes.
Wait, which one is Rick and Morty? Which one is the scientist one?
I don't know.
Eh, Anyway,
Not familiar with it.
basically these a-holes on TV.
Mhm.
The plot is that they are smart, they are capable, they are all these amazing things, and it's
Yeah.
easy to get caught up and see that and say, "Oh, these guys are awesome. I want to emulate them and be
Yeah.
like them."
They're effective.
Um, right? Whereas the creators of those characters and those stories are saying the opposite, are saying
Right.
people can have these amazing attributes and still be incredibly toxic and terrible to those around them and have
Right.
terrible impacts on those around them, right? So that's an example of like you can go heavy-handed, like take an example of an anti-hero like that and then
Mhm.
show them dying and in pain and every they've just completely disappointed themselves and others at the end,
Right.
and then it becomes a morality tale, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You shouldn't be bad like this person, and that's generally just a bad story, right? It's bad storytelling.
Mhm.
uh, it's
Mhm.
it's good if you're doing a morality tale, but again, those are typically for younger audiences.
Who needs something
um,
simpler? Yeah.
yeah, so to me the interesting thing about like what I'm trying to do with my franchise is say, okay, we're starting with this theme
Mhm.
of like what happens when this kind of character is in this kind of situation.
Mhm.
They're going to do X, Y, and Z, and we're going to see how that plays out. And it happens to be in this exotic, fun fantasy, world. So there's that natural draw, but I'm hoping that the takeaway is something that can impact a person's character, a reader's character, and feel
Sure.
like
Sure.
like mm, this has happened to me um, occasionally that I could recognize. It's probably something that happens on a very granular level, right? I think
Right.
all media impacts us in tiny ways,
Mhm.
right? As we experience that media, we're subtly shifted one way or another, our attitudes and opinions and that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, I'm not expecting to create a story that is a come to Jesus moment and people read it and it's like Bill and Ted's song and the world becomes peaceful, right? It's it's more along the line of just subtly a nudge to society to be
Right.
like,
Yeah.
here's some values, maybe they inspire you.
Yeah. I think about like the things that would get rolled in on the little TV carts when I was in Sunday school when I was a kid. and you just knew to ignore that stuff. You just knew that it wasn't a reflection of anything useful or valuable. Like,
Yeah.
and you definitely don't want to make that. But and I like that you mentioned like Breaking Bad, Walter White. That's like an example of you can tell a story about something while the main character embodies everything that's on the other side of it, like while making that character relatable. Because Walter White is the protagonist, the character you relate to. But if if you got a little bit of horsepower up here, you can see that this is actually a very cautionary tale. It's a tragedy. Um,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, that's definitely something that I hope to explore. Here's another man. There's so many things. I think I've written these all down,
all
but I
right,
worry that I haven't. Here's another big thing I'm hoping to accomplish with this franchise management or a
okay,
strategy. I hope to avoid the deadly mistake that many franchises make of focusing on one kind of story
huh.
or one character.
Okay,
So from the outset, having my mom helping me by writing stories, I am encouraging her to do different kinds of stories. And I hope as we get different authors into the fold, well, for instance, I asked her to do a Game of Thrones style, a political thriller,
yeah,
right?
like a War of
And
the
she's like,
Roses. Yeah.
I can't. I don't understand Machiavellianism. I
Uh
don't
huh.
understand why politicians do what they do or
Yeah.
how they do it. And I'm like, well, I got to respect that. If you don't
Yeah.
understand it, you're not going to write a good version of that, right?
Right.
But at some point, I will find an author, who's excited to do a Game of Thrones style political thing in Talifar,
Uh huh.
and that'll be great. I want to have mysteries. I want to have romances. I want to have capers. I want to, you know what I mean? All of
The
these
world is big
things
enough.
exactly. And the point being that I want to make sure that if someone encounters a Tales from Talifar, they are not going to come in with the kind of expectations that 90% of people, when they hear Star Wars, they think, oh, this is going to be about Luke Skywalker and the Force. This is going to be
Right.
about Jedis and Sith,
Lightsabers
right?
and fathers and sons.
Exactly. The franchise got overly narrowed, and at the points where it did branch out and do really creative, great things, all got pruned away and ignored.
Right.
And so that's
Yeah. I think I saw a J.J. Abrams interview, of course, the director of episode 7 and 9,
mhm.
where he said something to the effect of, "Yeah, it probably would have been better if we'd sat down and planned out the new trilogy before we made it." Like something everyone saw while it was happening. It's such a moment to hear someone in his position say something like that, don't you think?
Yeah. You pay $4 billion for something, and you're like, you know what? Let's just wing it. It's like, I just bought this Ferrari. I'm going to take it off roading. It'll probably be fine.
Yeah. Holy shit. Um, well, I think that the value of a intentionally and centrally understood and themed world to build a multimedia property on makes, and I think it makes sense on a visceral level. Like we've just talked through a few of the different horror stories, the things that go on with the most successful IPs in the world haven't figured out. I think like one of the good stories, or uh, the ways it has gone well is looking at like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where they have is it Kevin Feige? Is that who's uh
Yeah.
the guy?
Well, he's now in charge of Star Wars, I believe, because he started working on The Mandalorian. But I believe he did a lot of work on
Okay,
Marvel as well.
yeah, I don't know exactly, and I know that there was a lot of improvisation along the way, but you look at the way like it seems the way that those movies at least were put out gave the sense that they knew what they wanted at some level. Maybe not
Yeah,
to the like kind of level you're talking about, but clearly to a level beyond what we've seen from Star Wars, from like the
yeah,
new Harry Potter movies, all these other
Yeah, that's definitely
franchises.
the direction
Mhm.
that I know a lot of the big franchises out there are trying to move that way. But again, my contention would be that unless you start out that way or just like burn it all down and start from the ground up
Tabula
again,
rasa. Yeah.
which a lot of comics have done, right? They're like,
Uh-huh.
we've exhausted everything at this point. New Spider-Man,
The
new
reboot.
Thor, new whatever, right? Um, yeah, unless you're willing to do that, and again, so Marvel has the cinematic universe and it's got the comics.
Yeah.
And some of the comics are very similar to the movies because the movies are based on those comics.
Mhm.
But they're movies, so they're different in a lot of ways too. And again, that just breaks my I just don't care anymore. I'm like,
All right.
I don't know what's
One
important and what's not.
one hard question for you. This might be a hard question. Maybe it's easy. I don't know. Um, the sense I get from partaking in a few different multimedia franchises, like ones we've talked about, is that a lot of people tend to gravitate towards one expression of that franchise or another. Oh, I read the books, or I watch the TV shows, or I enjoy this video game, or whatever. And there aren't necessarily the majority of people who enjoy the works of a world that's been built aren't necessarily people who experience every single dimension of it. And um, I think that tends to that to me it seems logically would be something that people would think about when they're and maybe maybe I've been taught to do that by the inconsistencies that I read a book and I love it and I see a TV show or a movie and I'm like, oh, this is different. Like I've been trained to expect that there will
Yeah.
be disagreements, dissonances, and not necessarily like moment to moment things that you kind of forget about. Like, okay, the broom's in the right corner instead of the left corner. Who cares? But more about like this character like has a different motivation. Like that's a big
Mhm.
problem, a big difference.
Or these two characters have been combined into one, or yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess the question is like, is this problem of consistency across different types of media? Is it like more? Um, I guess I want to hear your impression of how you think this affects fans of the franchise that aren't on like the rabid on arguing on the forums kind of
Mhm.
side of things.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. The What you're kind of speaking to is bang for your buck from the perspective of those creating the franchise, right?
Okay, okay.
Um, and so I have two basic dispositions towards that.
Hmm.
One is that because what I'm doing is not based on commercial motivation, it's an artistic impulse.
Hmm.
I don't care that it's unreasonably expensive to keep everything consistent.
Uh-huh.
It is because I'm trying to do something that's never been done before,
Mm.
and I'm trying to do it for a particular reason. Um, as opposed to most franchises, which generally happen by accident. A book, a movie, a whatever will be a surprise hit.
Hmm.
Suddenly now there's a franchise. Um, and so, yeah, but I agree with you that there is the vast majority of people, yeah, don't care that much that the movie and the book are different.
Hmm.
You get the people who read the book always complaining that the book is better.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, the outstanding question that I think will be interesting to see should I get any traction and start to answer these questions
Hmm.
is there an untapped market of people who don't care about genre fiction in these IPs because of this thing that I'm pointing out,
Sure.
because of the internal inconsistencies?
Hmm.
Um, and I simply have no way to answer that at this point.
Well,
But
you are answering it. You're making it.
yeah, exactly. We'll see. I'm going to answer lots of questions through through this process if it's successful.
Love it.
Yeah, if my one contribution to the world is that I prove that you can make a TV show and a book not contradict each other, boom! I'm historical.
I love it. I love it. Well, hey, Josh, I need to take the break that we promised and talked about earlier, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Just like a 5-minute break, and we'll
sounds good.
come back after. Does that work?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, folks, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. I'm Deeg, chatting with Josh Foreman. We've been talking all about the tales from Talifar, the world that he is building to be the world's first scientifically consistent, centrally themed, multimedia franchise. Did I miss anything important?
That also makes the world more loving with stories.
That makes the world more loving with stories. There it is. A small goal, a
Yep,
modest
that's right.
aim.
Anyone could do it, really.
Yeah, easy. So, Josh, this is a lot of work. But it's one of the main things I'm hearing, among all the other things. So, as someone who, like I mentioned earlier, like as someone who's trying to do something creative in my after work hours, my thankful to have my stable job that pays my bills, but I need something more to pursue the thing that I care about. I think something that could go out into the world and make a difference. Like I really empathize with this pursuit. Talk to me about the mechanics. How do you make time for this stuff?
Um, oh, hold on. My son is shouting Nicolas Cage's ABCs. Hey, Shane. Shane. Oh, wow. So he can interrupt my podcast, but I can't interrupt his call or whatever.
Where's
You
Nicolas
ever
Cage's
heard Nicolas
ABCs?
Cage
No,
shouting the ABCs? Oh, it's great. You should
I'm
look
gonna
it
have
up
to look
someday.
this up. All right.
Sorry, I completely forgot your question now. Distracted by Nicolas Cage shouting the alphabet.
As we all would be. I was asking, how do you make time for all this? I guess that's kind of an appropriate interruption on brand.
It is. Yeah, incredibly apropos. So my secret, and this is something that I see from a lot of people who do not have kids, and people who do have kids.
Hmm.
They ask me that, how do you have so much time? Like, I don't, you know, people with kids, all my time goes into my kids. People without kids, I don't know what all their time goes into, but they don't have time either. Um,
Uh,
and I think the secret is you have two kids, you go through a horrific divorce and custody battle, horrific teenage years with one of your kids, just constant, never ending drama and danger and financial ruin, all compressed. Then you come out of that tunnel. Your kids are graduated from high school. You don't have to do it. Like no more time is spent on the kids. All of that like time compression that occurred, I think experientially now has expanded. So it's like maybe that scene in 2001: A Space Odyssey where space is just like, like that's what my life is now. It's just never-ending open
time has
possibilities.
dilated.
Because I think my responsibilities were like so severe and
Mm,
all-encompassing for 20 years.
mhm.
Now that they're not, it's just like I don't know. That's my only answer. And so yeah, it's just 100% on and going all the time, probably to an unhealthy degree. Like I there's so many things that remember loving doing and I would love to do again. I
Uh-huh.
love to sit back and play an open world game for all weekend. Just do
Yeah,
nothing but play.
yeah.
And that like I would love that. I literally can't do that anymore.
Mm,
Like my brain is just always like, oh, you really should be doing this. Oh, if you're going to hit this goal, if you're going to get this book out in time, if you're going to
yeah,
have the YouTube
yeah,
video ready for the first,
yeah.
which sounds awful, right? It sounds like tormenting, but because I love doing all the things that lead me to those goals, it's
Uh-huh.
really not.
Yeah,
It's just a matter of like reprioritized life, I guess.
yeah. Oh, I really sympathize with that. The inability to enjoy games that require kind of blank checks in terms of your time is
Yeah.
something that I'm feeling more and more acutely as time goes on, the more I do this podcast thing. Uh, it sounds like almost so I'm sure there's been, the events you described. It's only too easy to imagine how that could change a person and change their perspective on time. But I imagine also along the way, you probably just developed a bunch of skills that you had to develop in order to be able to manage, and you still have those skills, even if some of the pressure has abated. And maybe that's like a fucked up silver lining in a way.
Quite possible. Yeah, my understanding of psychology is that the very worst person to analyze themselves is themselves. So
Ah,
I try not to comment too much on what I have learned or
okay.
understand about the world.
And
I do know that when I talk to people about when I have deep when I'm given the privilege of having deep conversations with people, as I am with
yeah,
having with you right now, um, I'm almost always fascinated by their reaction to what I'm telling them, and I'm
oh,
always interested in their story as well. I
uh-huh.
think that there's a mode of communication that is accessible to people when their brain state is in a certain modality.
Yeah.
I'm talking complete gibberish right now, but I
You're speaking
I
my
think that
language. I love this.
I
Go on.
I think that's what developed in me is that desire to really just share deeply about my experiences
Mm,
and hear from other people, because there are so often I hear from people, wow, I can't believe you shared something so intimate
hmm.
and like awful and or whatever. It's not always awful. I've had lots of good stuff in my life too.
Yeah.
And then, oh, I have also had this kind of experience. I have
Mm,
also,
mm-hmm.
and I've never really been able to talk to other people about it. And so I don't know if there's just a dearth of this kind of deep conversation in our society in general, or my life brought me to a point where I like, kind of uh I don't know. I overindulge, and that gives other people permission to then feel free to also.
Sure.
And maybe it's not overindulging. Maybe it's the right amount of indulgence.
Right.
I don't know.
Right amount of thinking, right amount of indulgence.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I could see that too. Even the way you present yourself with your you've always had this crazy spiky hair, and I've seen you try out different beard styles. That's kind of like a pushing the
Yep.
boundaries, and the people make people around you, I imagine, feel more comfortable doing the same when they see you every day.
Hey. Hey. Yeah, I always figure like, well, again, this is probably an artifact of having to compress and repress my natural inclinations for 11 years while I was married to my first wife, who
Okay.
pretty much hated everything about me, um, to being free to express myself. And so I kind of go overboard on the other end. And now I just look like I'm in cosplay all the time. I'm just covered in affectations just because I can be. And it's like,
Yeah.
why not?
This is the Josh I've always seen. I don't even I can't even imagine what you'd look like without this look going on.
It's it's interesting. People who see my pictures from, 15, 20 years ago,
Uh-huh.
you would not recognize me.
Uh yeah, well change your surroundings, change yourself. Maybe that applies to things like hairstyles and stuff too. I gave up on hair. I decided it was
Yeah.
for the birds.
Hey,
So,
that's a big time saver. Actually, my hair ended up this way specifically because I just gave myself a time limit. I was like, well, I had several criteria for my hair. I
uh-huh.
was like, what can I do myself so I don't have to pay a barber, or a stylist or whatever.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I can bleach my own
Same.
hair just fine. I can razor cut it in this style just fine.
Uh
And um, and in the morning it takes about 3-ish minutes to get it
okay.
to this point. I'm like, that's about my limit. So
I love that.
that's with
Yeah, sometimes the form follows function, right?
oh, a bonus, because also, I mentioned how much I love irony. I love
Uh-huh.
that it looks like a video game anime character, and I hate anime. I don't hate it. I don't like
Oh, you
anime.
too.
But everyone who sees me assumes that
Yeah,
that
I
I'm
think
totally into anime.
that's the logical assumption. No, here's another way that I empathize with you is I've never understood the draw of anime, and it's so
It's sad
strong
because
in the
I
youth
spent my
culture.
formative my childhood years in Japan.
If not
Like
you, then
anime.
who?
Yeah.
No, like I respect all forms of entertainment,
Yeah,
I,
there's nothing
I
wrong with it. It's just everything resonates with different people in different ways.
yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Uh, okay. So speaking of resonance, so we just talked about like how you make time and how kind of the way your path through life has affected the way that you see use of time. I'm so earlier in our conversation, Josh, you told the story about how coming to ArenaNet and then you met your future wife at that point, shortly after, kind of ushered in a period of sounds like needed stability in your life after all the
Yeah.
craziness of your first wife and drugs and everything else. Um, I'm so the um when did the discipline of so it sounds like the discipline of actually sitting down and working on this stuff, did it come about at a certain point when your home life changed because of the circumstances, or was it at a certain point when you were working at ArenaNet? Because I know that how long have you been streaming for?
Hmm. Streaming probably 3-ish years.
Okay.
Although I have a really bad sense of time. It's probably been more than that. YouTube, almost 10 years.
Uh-huh. And
Uh,
how do you like existing on those platforms? Where are you at with them these days?
it's one of those things where I don't see them as an end in themselves. If I did, I would have given up a long time ago.
Mhm.
Um, the the idea is that I'm trying to put myself and my work out in as many manifestations as I can,
Uh-huh.
as long as they are not impinging on my primary work, right?
Uh-huh.
So, but part of my primary work, if I'm going to achieve my goal of having this franchise, of launching a franchise, I need a lot more eyeballs on my work than I currently have,
Mhm.
which means, right, in this day and age, being on all the platforms. And because I happen to have the skills to do particular development on the franchise that is intrinsically interesting for a lot of people to watch, making
Right.
the art, it's just kind of a no-brainer. And I'm just a social person. I love
Yeah.
talking to
Yeah.
people and interacting anyway. So it's like, why would I not do this? Yeah, so it just kind of synergizes that way. But hopefully things start to feed into each other and something snowballs into something else. I've certainly got some book sales because the people who follow my art tutorials on YouTube see, oh, he made a book. Oh, this piece of art is for this book. Oh, that sort of thing. And
Yeah.
I hope
Yeah.
to get more into that as time goes on.
An interesting kind of symmetry between like your approach to that and to the Tales from Talifar itself about making sure things are consistent and connected.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, well, synergy is obviously a fraught word at this point because it's
Huh.
such a like a terrible business lingo at this
That's
point.
our
But
corporate
um,
value of synergy.
that's right. Um, but it is the right word for this, right?
Okay.
It's like
Okay.
all the various things I'm putting out into the world, I hope they are creating a tapestry that pulls some people in from that, some people in from that, and they start like percolating into the ecosystem that is Tales from Talifar. That is my
Yeah.
franchise.
Yeah. That's cool.
Ecosystem is also now an overused word, especially in tech. But
Yeah. No, I've got to ask these questions because like what you're doing um like that kind of problem of trying to get people try to see if the thing that you want to bring into the world is something people actually want.
Mhm.
Trying to make sure that people who can like your work do find your work. Those are
Yeah.
all problems that I'm trying to solve too. Um,
Hmm.
I've only been doing my thing for about a year, but I'm always surprised about the things that end up working versus the things that don't. And
Mm.
making sure it all
What kind of
connects.
metrics do you use to judge that? I'm curious. I've never really dived into the metrics that are available on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, or I've
Sure.
glanced at them from time to time and my eyes crossed immediately and I had no idea what I was looking at. It's like, I
It's
don't care.
hard to know what exactly to care, what to look at. So like on my YouTube, one of the stats I tend to really care about is average watch time. So,
Mhm.
uh, like most, for some reason, most of my podcasts are around the 3 hour mark. That just seems to be when my mind naturally wants to stop for some reason. So 3 hours tends to be what they are. And if I can get like 30 minutes of average watch time, I consider that to be pretty good. Because a lot of
Oh
people
yeah.
who are clicking on the content are only watching it for a few minutes. And if four people do that, that means the fifth person is probably watching almost all of it. That's the way I think
Yeah.
about it.
Well, my understanding is that, and I don't know if maybe they've corrected this in their algorithm, but I feel like people who click on a thing and then immediately click away, either because they accidentally hit it or because they see, oh, this isn't something
My
I'm
thing.
interested in at all, like within a second, like that's going to radically change your average, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and like it's brought up questions about like, well, how clickbaity do I want to be? How grabby do I want to be with the presentation of the work? And I think
Yeah.
what I've settled on for me is just like I actually have a very like visceral negative response to stuff that's very grabby feeling. Like if I see a
Same.
creator doing a giveaway, a lot of times I will avoid the creator because of that, because of the giveaway, because I don't like the energy exchange that is
Yeah.
implicit with giveaways. Um, it's like it's just it feels bad to me, and so
Yeah.
I would rather have, you know, a handful of people really enjoy my work than have a lot of people be aware of it and not care. And but
Mhm.
in terms of the metrics, so I look at watch time. In my experience, people need to see my stuff a few times and like it before they hit like the subscribe button on YouTube. So subscribers is something
Yeah.
that I watch. Um, Sometimes with frustration. uh, but it's hard, and I think probably the most the metric that I actually tend caring the most about is the one that's hardest to measure, which is people telling me what they think.
Hmm.
Um, so if I
Yeah.
can get someone to listen to my content to the point where they gets them thinking, and if they think about it to the point where they then want to turn around and communicate back what they think via a comment or whatever it is, that to me is a real measure of being successful in doing what I'm
Yeah.
here to do, which is to help people connect, um, help people understand the human stories behind the media and the things that we care about and engage with and rage at every single day. Um,
Hmm.
so that's something I really look towards. And most of the time, I don't get enough comments to make me feel satisfied. Like I feel like I'm not quite there. There have been a few times where a content that I've done will get a big bum of comments, and I don't know what to do with all of it. But I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, that's interesting what you're saying about the, comment versus statistics. It makes me think of like in politics, right? A
Hmm.
politician can make their point by citing a statistic, right?
Mm.
And that's going to have like 1% the resonance of them pulling on a single mother who's been struggling with their child in daycare and blah
Yeah,
blah. You know what
yeah,
I mean? It's like
yeah.
that human element interaction is so visceral to our just navigating the world and our choice structure. So like as a creator, the choice to continue doing a thing or not, it's predicated on these emotions.
Hmm.
You can look at statistics all day and they will impact your emotions, no doubt.
Hmm. Hmm.
But again, months of terrible statistics versus one person saying this changed my life, or oh my
Yeah,
god, I love what you're doing. It's like, yeah, it's no contest.
yeah.
And which leads creators like us to do irrational things and continue like doing irrational things in perpetuity. And I think that's good and that's healthy and
Mm.
that's good for the world, right? Like, um, I mean, even from like a pragmatic business sense, or even an evolutionary sense, you
Uh,
always need outliers who are doing irrational things and experimentations,
mm.
and just because they are oriented that way and they are going to do this thing, no
Mhm.
matter what. And every once in a while, one breaks through and it becomes a new genre, or it becomes the next
It
big
changes the world.
platform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
think about all, like, the
yeah.
artists throughout history who have only been recognized for their brilliance posthumously, and in their
Mhm.
lifetimes just did what you're describing, where they worked on something that to an outsider and a contemporary would seem like an irrational waste of time, but then
Yeah.
unbeknownst to everyone that person knew, it would become something very important and lasting. Um,
Mhm. Yeah, I think that might be one of the things that kind of keeps me motivated on the track that I'm on is once I tied all this creative energy to that goal of making the world more loving, it takes me out of the equation. Like I personally don't have to be successful or rich or well known. Like I could die penniless in a gutter,
mhm.
but if Tales for Talifar like is a spark and it turns into something, you know, after long after I'm dead, hey,
Yeah.
it's still mission accomplished, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a way to, like, it's almost like the world made its mark on you, and now you're turning around trying to make your mark on the world. It's like, continuing some kind of a cycle there. Um, I don't know, sometimes I think that the reason I'm interested in that question so much is just because I don't have kids yet, but, the urge to make your mark, to create your legacy, that kind of idea.
I mean, I had kids and I that didn't fulfill that urge at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
Like so,
Yeah.
um, I
Fair
I
enough.
guess it's one of those things where like kids are going to become their own thing
Yeah.
and they're gonna take whatever they want or don't want from you. And like to count on that as your legacy seems kind of, I don't know, weird to me. I guess it makes sense in the context of people who don't like create artifacts that go out into the world in the
Uh-huh.
way that, creators do. Um, so maybe that's part of it.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, in a way, though, like, if when Tales from Talifar has massive success and lives beyond you or something like that, then other people are going to be making things with it, right? And
Yeah,
they'll be there'll be parts of its legacy that will be outside of your control when that happens.
yeah,
Um,
that's my hope. My hope is that I set up a framework, like I said, with these unique characteristics that other franchises don't have, and then
uh,
like how it evolves later. Yeah, that's up to fate. It's like I want to put something unique into the world, and the world will do what it does with it. It's-
yeah,
can't
yeah,
be overly concerned with the direction it's going to go after that.
right. All right. Well, speaking of the world making of it what it will, I wonder, Josh, if you would indulge me and let me ask you some Guild Wars related stuff. Can we do that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Spent a good chunk of my professional life on it, so.
yeah, yeah, man. Like I mentioned, Guild Wars is one of those franchises that for me has always been close to my heart. I think I played it first back in college on a break from playing World of Warcraft, and I
Okay.
discovered Guild Wars 1 and played it a bunch. I played through all the campaigns up through Nightfall. I'm not going to tell you the whole story, of course, but um, it's a game that I really like, and it's unique in a few different ways. So Guild Wars 1 came out, it did its own thing. It wasn't like World of Warcraft. It's kind of like this social um, um, RPG, not quite an MMO. Guild Wars 2 comes out, it is more of an MMO. Um, I guess the questions I want to ask you are thinking about things I know about you, and then maybe you can sprinkle in some stuff I don't know. Uh,
Mhm.
which would be, I know that jumping puzzles are one of those things that kind of stands out about Guild Wars 2, and I know that you have had your hand in making some of its most notorious jumping puzzles. I wonder if you
Mhm.
could talk to me about jumping puzzles and what they mean to you in Guild Wars 2.
Yeah, so I think so the it's a convergence of two things. I grew up heavily influenced by Nintendo and action games in
Uh-huh.
general, right? My first role-playing game was Final Fantasy 1. Um, and then I've been forever angry at Final Fantasy after all the sequels because they took away my ability to make my party out of my own characters. I don't know. But so I've always loved the kind of the depth of an RPG, the growth that a character goes through in an RPG, but I've also always loved the kinetic, frenetic side of video gaming as well. So Guild Wars 1, it was exciting to me to get to work on a fantasy franchise. It was the first time I got to do, the high fantasy, which has always been a genre that I love. But the gameplay was, not what I didn't have that big bang whiz sort of whiz bang is probably a better way to put that.
It was paced. It was paced.
Yeah. And so, I worked on the Guild Wars 1 franchise for 7-ish, I don't know, many years, right?
Tell me what you did in Guild Wars 1. What kind of contributions can stand out to you about that game?
So I was a level artist, technically. But ArenaNet doesn't have or did not have level designers.
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember if I was technically hired in the design department or the art department, but I think shortly after I started, it was all like everyone who was building in the map editor was a level artist.
Okay.
And then the designers would have feedback and we would iterate with the designers who were setting up the content. Here's where the enemies are, here's where the loot is, et cetera, right? But what that meant was that there was an expression of art and an expression of design happening simultaneously in that role.
Right.
And you had to really excel at one or both. And I was always kind of walking the middle ground there, like, because design was so important to me. I didn't dig in as hard into the art side.
Okay.
I still think I made some pretty maps here and there. I worked on some of the beautiful. What's that first region with the sunflowers and the autumnal trees?
Pre-searing Ascalon.
Yeah.
People love that. Even still today. Yeah. There are whole communities within Guild Wars 1 that just live in pre-searing Ascalon.
Yeah, so, I made some beautiful stuff, especially given the limitations of that engine, which were incredibly severe. But yeah, so I was always like kind of writing that middle line of design and art. And when we made the jump to the Guild Wars 2 engine, it was such a this gets back to the theme of like being compressed and repressed for a period of time and then like springing to the other direction. So yeah, like the first thing I did when we started, development on the new engine and had a jump button in was I started making jumping puzzles. So in all the maps that I was working on in pre-development, I was putting these things in, and eventually one of the designers was like, "Oh, I'm going to put a treasure chest at the end of this," and I was like, "You should do that. Not everyone in role-playing games is really going to be into jumping, like this is not a Mario game. This is
jumping at its own reward."
Exactly, which is why I made these little gold coins. I made a prop that has my little JCF logo on it, and like put that at the end of jumping puzzles for the first, several that I made, just as a little nod to the player to be like, "Hey,
you did it.
I acknowledge you got to this cool place. Good job."
Cool.
But yeah, eventually it turned into an entire system and kind of a feature, which I was a little horrified about it first, and I've never really been comfortable with it again because like I don't want people feeling that they have to play something that I worked on, even though they don't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what you end up with.
There's the rewards component of the design, right?
But yeah, so that was really a result of me just loving spatial exploration in games and finally getting to do it. So
that's one of my favorite things about these kinds of games is the idea that you can find something unexpected. And jumping puzzles always struck me as a very like once you figure out that it's a game system, and once you've done enough of them, yeah, like you're right, it becomes a system, like any other system in a game that you're meant to repeat over and over again, which can tend to blur together over time and tends to be more about the rewards and less about the thing itself. But before you get there, when you're still exploring, I love how those moments where, because you have to think carefully and jump carefully, kind of slows down your movement through the world, and you kind
Yeah.
of increase the resolution, not of the technical assets, but of the player's attention. It's like, oh,
Mhm.
like my opponent is the environment. I better pay attention to this. And you might see something and notice a detail, like about the architecture of the region, or about the biome, or about the flora, or about the types of creatures that are there, that you wouldn't notice when you're just plowing through doing event chains, stuff like that. I always love that.
Yeah, I love that you love that. That it very much ties into my impulse behind it. Yeah, obviously, when you, as a level artist slash designer,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to spend 3 to 6 months working on this patch of terrain that people are going to run from point A to point B through,
Hmm.
at
Hmm.
top speed. Um, and it's great to see them kind of shift modes and really take in the scenery. I actually recently watched a video, a vibe checks is
Huh.
what this person called it. A
Okay.
vibe check in a video game is a point at which the game either demands or heavily suggests that you stop and do something different. An example of this, if you played Ghosts of Tsushima, uh, there's these places where you can stop and write a haiku. So your
Huh.
character just sits down and you just look at the environment, you pan your camera around, and you find areas, and little like text prompts will appear by a tree or a leaf or a
Uh-huh.
rock, and you kind of compose a haiku. And so same idea is like, it's the same place you've been. Nothing
Uh-huh.
is different. It's just how you examine it and experience it that's so different.
Uh-huh.
But what you're mentioning about examining the environment and kind of seeing it as its own challenge is interesting to me. I hadn't thought of this until you said it out loud, but
Okay.
my favorite physical activity is bouldering,
Huh.
which is and bouldering, for those who don't know, it's literally jumping on boulders or climbing up on boulders. I don't like mountain climbing. I'm actually afraid of heights, and
Okay.
I don't want to deal with the gear and all that kind of stuff. Bouldering is all about just like examining the environment and seeing, can I jump from this rock to that rock? Can I like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, and it's a real life jumping puzzle,
Did,
and
did
yeah, so it's
these are like the
interesting connection.
walls that you see, like, right, where people are there, the handholds, and people are doing the crazy positions to climb up them. Is that what that is?
No, that is rock climbing.
Okay.
Simulated rock climbing in a gym. Bouldering is on literally on boulders. So generally they're going to be anywhere from like
Out
5
in the
feet
world,
to 20 feet
not
tall,
in a gym.
and right, out in the world.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
very few places here in Western Washington, sadly, that have a lot of boulders. The best place was at the bottom of Snoqualmie Falls, which is famous for being the waterfalls in Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
You used to be able to climb down to the bottom there. There's all these giant, car
Oh,
and
interesting.
house-sized boulders, but they recently like really gated and closed it off,
Yeah,
so
you
you
can't get
can't
down there
get down.
anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad. Probably
Okay.
better for my ankles and fingers though, because
So,
yeah, I would always
so
have twisted ankles
Josh,
climbing up.
who wanted to make jumping puzzles, loves jumping on rocks IRL.
Yeah,
Yeah.
who would have thought? Thok, thunk, thought. That's a mixture of thought and thunk.
And thunk which is also a portmanteau of kinds.
Yes.
Okay. So slowing down,
Hmm.
paying attention to the environment, jumping on
Yep.
rocks. And so I guess, so I want to be careful about jumping to this topic because I know it's a big discussion of its own. So before I get to that, um, I think the first time I found myself getting frustrated by a jumping puzzle, because I like jumping puzzles too. Like, I actually, the thing about MMOs I kind of like is that there's a variety of things you can do. Like, my
Yeah.
mind doesn't like doing the same thing all the time. I can't grind. Like I'm just
Mhm.
systematically unable to do so. But the one I'm thinking about was the one that came out with the I think it was the Rising Flames release in season 3 in Ember Bay, the Chalice of Tears. That jumping
Mhm.
puzzle. That's one that you worked on, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was the first time where I thought to myself, I broke down jumping puzzles into 3 primary challenges.
Huh.
Um, you can imagine them, on a scale of 1 to 10. So 1 is like the actual execution of a jump. So
Uh-huh.
you see that you have to jump from point A to point B. How difficult is it to
Right.
to time that? The second one is I can't remember what I called it, but it's essentially the ability to assess where you need to go,
Okay.
right? So that can be
Okay.
either more difficult or less difficult. A very straightforward example is when you're jumping from pillar to pillar, right?
Uh-huh.
Like on Griffin Rook Run at
Yep.
first, it's just like, yeah, it's very clear. I'm going here.
Mm.
It's all about the execution. Um, what's the third element? Maybe time plays a part in it? I can't remember now. Anyway, let's just say there's only 2 then. I decided to turn the slider up to 10 on both of them and
Uh-huh.
say, what is it like? What is the experience like? And it's important to know, for people who don't know, I'm pretty average at video games.
Okay.
I do not excel at, like, Twitch games. Granted, I have beat all the Souls games,
Okay.
um, but a lot of that is just, like, sheer persistence and willpower. I've beat Tribulation Mode, um, but yeah, so when I build something that is, like, this abstract and difficult, I am suffering along in the process.
I see.
Granted, I generally know better, like, where I'm supposed to go. Obviously, I'm the one who's building the
One would hope.
convoluted,
Yeah.
tortured path to get up there. But because it's so ambiguous, it's often hard for, like, I'll know the general direction I need to
Uh-huh.
go, but there's still often I'm like, oh, I'm a foot over from where I
Yeah.
should have landed and
Yeah, I
too slow
remember.
be there.
I remember
Yeah.
doing that. So I know exactly what you're talking about. And yeah, not just pulling off the jump, but not even knowing where to go.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of spatial exploration. That is my primary um, pleasure in virtual environments and
Mhm.
games.
Mhm.
There are people who are explorer archetypes for systems. Like they
Okay.
get into the nitty gritty of, like, okay, if I put 12 points into hammer and I have this, other attribute, how do they mix and whatnot?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That stuff doesn't. I don't care about that at all.
Okay.
I'm all about, like, how can I get into that little corner? Can I actually jump from this point to that point?
Okay.
Uh, you know, so that's always been my thing, and I think it's just interesting from an artistic standpoint to see where the limits of that are. And
Uh-huh.
so I very purposely was just like, let's push it to the absolute limit and just see what kind of experience it is. Again, I hate when people suffer to do something that I made when they don't want to do it.
Uh-huh.
But within the context of Guild Wars 2, and given the how many jumping puzzles we had done up to that point,
Mhm.
I'm like, there should be a couple that are way out there on the bell curve. Like
Yeah.
80% of the jumping puzzles are around the middle of the bell curve.
Yeah.
Let's put some way out there.
Some variance. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like that. That makes it feel more yeah, I think like I don't know, like as an outsider, I've observed that trend in many games of designing for the middle of the bell curve. But the thing is, like, I think that as people, like humans, have an understanding of things that feel real versus things that don't feel real, and things that feel
Mhm.
too shaved down tend
Mhm.
to. I don't know. This is a weird idea that I'm working on with games where um we have an intrinsic understanding of the value of a game based on how well the game reflects other games and of course the biggest game of all, the world around us, and also the transferability of the skills that are rewarded within the game. And so, like, I see the desire to put something out there on the edges that's just really hard. It makes the whole game world to me feel more more real and feel like the things that I'm doing there are of higher value in general. Even if I'm not doing that jumping puzzle, the fact that I'm doing another one, knowing that there's one out there that's just like balls to the wall, I like that.
Yeah.
I think that's good shit.
That's actually an interesting topic when it comes to world building as well, because
Oh,
there are so many anomalies in the world. Everything from like naming a city to the colors of rocks in a river. Uh,
yeah.
there are outliers that are just so weird that if you simply go with your gut on what you think things should be, you're going to end up exactly like you say, with a very like rounded off, not real feeling
Yeah.
thing. You need to look for the anomalies and make sure that you're seeding anomalies in your world, whether it's a virtual video game world or a novel world or a
Uh-huh.
TV world or
Uh-huh.
whatever. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, so like I can imagine if you're like say you're taking on the task of naming all the cities and towns and Tales from Talifar or whatever, and they all follow a certain theme. Like, yeah, they're all consistent with each other, but if you look at it the way that real cities are named, the consistency is not a real thing. It doesn't feel
Yeah,
real. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah,
Interesting.
I literally named, I want to say 1,600 towns, cities, farms,
Oh
ranches,
my
rivers,
god.
mountains for this map that for book two of this trilogy. He
Okay.
travels across a large swath of a continent. And because I'm just incredibly pedantic, as I was making the map and I was doing a bunch of research on like how far apart do things have to be when there's not modern,
Mhm.
machinery and
Mhm.
stuff.
Mhm.
And it turns out the answer is pretty much 5 miles is about like the
Huh.
furthest a thing any other thing will be, like as far as a village or a farm or a ranch or whatever.
Okay.
Um, with rare exceptions, again, there's always things out on the bell curve. There could be like a trapper's pint or a
Right.
logging community that's off in the boonies, but there's always like very grounded reasons for why those things exist. So
Okay.
anyway, yeah, I ended up feeling, I had dedicated, okay, he travels from this end of the continent to this end, and because the map is zoomed in, I put a map at the beginning of every chapter because one of my pet peeves about fantasy novels, especially
Mhm.
ones where there's lots of travel or lots of different locations that things are taking place, is there's one map and it's on like page 4 and you're always like flipping back and trying. I hate that. So I'm like, that's an
Uh-huh.
easy thing to solve. I'm just going to put a map at the beginning of every chapter that shows they went from this point to this point now,
That's cool. I like
right?
that.
But anyway, because it's so zoomed in for most of those travels, it
Uh-huh.
seemed weird to have all these like blank areas between things when I know there's villages and farms.
Town
So yeah,
town
I
question
ended up,
marks.
yeah. So I named everything, even the parts on the giant map that he doesn't travel through. Again, pedantic, but also investment in the future because
Uh-huh.
there's other characters going through this world at different times at different places, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I did a lot of research on how things are named, what they're named, and why, and looking at anomalies and looking at very silly names. You
Uh-huh.
know, how things are often like um, a foreign word version of the same thing.
Uh-huh.
There's the town in England that if you translate it through all the different languages, it's like hill, 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 and river, 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 river. It's like,
Yeah. Like Canyon
so.
Ridge or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's cool. Um, so variants, talking about variants, we were talking about the Chalice of Tears, uh,
Yeah.
the jumping puzzle, and so yeah, it's a was designed. It sounds like intentionally to be the hardest jumping puzzle challenge at the time in the game. And I hear you talking a little bit about how um, it seems like it maybe is a little bit of a shame sometimes that people don't enjoy the content because they're not there. Like that's not what they've showed up for in terms of the overall world itself, but that's where the rewards incentivize them to go in some way. And I bet you working on an MMO, that's something that is something that comes up a lot. Is maybe
It
having the
is.
the
Yeah.
rewards be misaligned with what the content's good for.
Yeah, there's this rule. I can't remember that there's a word for it or a short quippy phrase, but it boils down to the idea that if there is a slow, boring, safe way to do a thing and a fast, quick, skillful way to do a thing, 99% of people are going to do the slow, boring,
Uh-huh.
awful thing,
Uh-huh.
right? And that's just a reality we have to continually fight. And it constrains a lot of design decisions, a lot of things that could be more, in my opinion, a lot more interesting, a lot more flavorful.
Uh-huh.
But it has to be dialed in such a way that we're trying. And even so, you're going to. This is the fundamental problem of perverse incentives, and this is a
Mm.
problem across all culture in every system that humans have ever created. Is
Mm-hmm.
there's always going to be ways to exploit a system in a way it wasn't intended to. It just kind of naturally evolved that way.
Mm-hmm.
There doesn't have to be a conspiracy or bad motives behind the scenes to create it. It
Right.
just kind of emerges, right? And that's one of the difficult things about working on in games in general is we're
Mm-hmm.
often accused of those things. Like some bad annoying thing is in the game. It must be because the developers were lazy or stupid or selfish or
Right.
greedy or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's not that developers can't be any of those things.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that most of the time is not our it's not our motive. We're gamers and we want to make the most fun game. We want to play the game and have fun too.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, that's just an interesting thing that always develops. And so within the context of getting back to Chalice of Tears, like a big part, I think, of being a developer in the world, uh, a how would I put this? A potential power that we have is
Mm-hmm.
to communicate clearly. And so one of the things that I hoped to do, I had to fight to get the name Chalice of Tears. When I
Mm.
first was turning in my level and said this area, and, talking to the designer who was setting up the content for it,
Uh-huh.
this area is called Chalice of Tears. They're like, haha, funny. No, but really, we're going to call it blah, 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 Caldera, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, it is important to me. This is communicating something I want communicated,
Uh-huh.
right? It's like like it is the visual motif that I purposely designed because I decided that this would be, this outlier in this situation.
Uh-huh.
Um, and I want players to understand going into it. Now, granted, it is a bit of or completely a double entendre in that a lot of people will see it almost as trolling from the
Mm-hmm.
developer,
Mm-hmm.
like, haha, I'm drinking your tears, but
Yeah.
no, the point is that it is purposefully frustrating because I think, like you were saying, it provides that rough edge,
Mm-hmm.
that pointy bit in the game that provides more context for the rest of the game. And like you're saying, in an MMO, there's so many different facets to the game that are all run together in interesting ways and inform each other and stuff like that. And going with the theme of the release that we were doing,
Uh-huh.
and like all of these things kind of led to that. It wasn't like an armchair thing or where I was like, I think randomly this is going to be the place for the hardest, ridiculous puzzle,
Uh-huh.
but it felt appropriate aesthetically and thematically for the release that we were doing to have
Mm-hmm.
that there.
Right. I mean, it's a volcano. So when you're deciding, so when did you realize that this was going to be the outlier? Was that something you decided up front, collaboratively with the designer on the team, or is this like an idea you had that you then had to persuade people? How did that kind of persuasion process and collaboration look?
Yeah, the idea of having an outlier
Uh,
had been nascent in my mind for a long time. I mean, we'd been making content for Guild Wars 2 for many years at that point.
yeah.
Um, and I had pushed different, in different directions for different jumping puzzles for quite a while. And, I just thought at some point I want to experiment and see what it's like to have one that maxes out both of those. Again, there were 3, but I can't remember what the third one
I'm
is.
sure it'll occur to you
Um,
as soon as we hang up the call.
yeah, naturally. Um, Yeah, so I basically I had it in my back pocket and I was waiting for the right opportunity. This
Uh-huh.
this content came out and it was all about this undiscovered island and it was supposed to feel dangerous and unexplored.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm always looking for, like, from a player experience in an MMO, first of all, you have this entire layer of expectations for rewards
Uh-huh.
and, like, what am I getting and how is this feeding my meta progression and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So that's, like, almost always top of mind for most players.
Mhm.
And there's not much that or anything that I can do about that as an environment artist and designer.
Right.
But what I
Yeah.
can do is, for those who are digging deeper under that, is like, how can I thematically back up the narrative that we're trying to get across, the aesthetic that we're trying, and the total experience of it.
Mhm.
And so it just kind of naturally fit. I don't remember if I had to, like, fight with anyone to keep it as hard as it was. I do remember getting feedback about how hard it was.
Uh-huh.
Um, but also, I'm very senior on the team at this point. I've led several Living World releases.
Right.
People just kind of trust my instinct and roll with it.
Okay.
Um, and so, yeah, I mean, whether it was the right decision to trust my instinct and not not edit me more, that's
I
for
think it
the
was
player
great,
to
man.
decide.
No, I was miserable and I loved it.
Perfect.
Um,
That was what I was going for.
this begs another question in my mind. So one of the phenomena. So I don't know if you're aware, but like, so Guild Wars. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that Guild Wars 2 has its daily quest system, where it gives you an
Yeah.
incentive for logging in and doing a handful of things every day. And a while back, I'm not sure how long ago this was, they added in to the rotation of potential things that can be drawn out of the pile, daily jumping puzzles. And
Yeah.
so a lot of times, every single day, you'll have one puzzle that the community will go to and do. And what that often shakes out as being is a mesmer or two who, for
Mhm.
reasons that make sense for them, hangs out and portals people right to the end from some easy
Mhm.
accessible spots, so people don't actually have to do the puzzle. I wonder what you think about that kind of emerging behavior. Was that something that was anticipated, or did it emerge? And what do you think?
So when portals were first put in,
Uh-huh.
it became, I believe we already, yes, I'm going to say with near certainty, I had at least several jumping puzzles in the game, before we launched.
Hmm.
And when portals were put in, it was very quickly discovered this is an easy hack slash cheat to get people around this.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember specifics, but I do remember conversations about how can we fix this
Uh-huh.
obvious exploit. And I think it just came down to a rule of cool, like, trumping, the breakage of some jumping puzzles. And I believe, again, many years ago, I can't remember specifics, but I'm pretty sure I was on board with that
Mhm.
because, again, my philosophy was I don't want people who don't like jumping puzzles to suffer on my jumping puzzles.
Mhm.
I'm happy if there are exploits for people who don't want to do it for its own sake. So yeah, I think that was fine and cool. Um, and also just the recognition that there are so many different player motivations in an MMO. Like, we have to serve, uh, as far as like a game genre, there are no other genres like this where we're trying
Mhm.
to serve explorers and killers and socializers and
Mhm. Achievers.
influencers and the
Mhm.
whole list of player motivations, right? Um, and so here is a way to simultaneously prevent people who don't like or care about spatial exploration
Mhm.
to get the thing, and also a way for socializers to get social capital by being the friendly mesmer who helps people.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So I
like that
think it worked
aspect
out.
of it. I'm glad to hear you say that because I like that aspect of it too. I For me, I think a lot. sometimes I think back to like the early days of World of Warcraft, where there are so many asymmetries in the overall experience that are put in that kind of force you to rely on other players.
Mhm.
Like mages have the ability to create portals for their party to go to the major cities, um, which is great if that's what you want to do. Warlocks have the ability to summon a party member if they have help from their party to anywhere in the world. Um, but you have to have a friend who's a warlock or a mage to get those services. And it gives a chance for people who have those roles to actually have a kind of an identity. Like it tells you something about the world and what to value. And I think it's
Yeah,
cool
and
that Mesmer. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Guild Wars lost a big chunk of that when we no longer had a dedicated monk, healer class, right?
Yeah,
So yeah,
the
it had
Trinity.
to be diffused into other roles.
Yeah, how do you make that identity? Um, yeah, that's another interesting topic. But I always loved how Mesmers just have like a cool job. Like if you're a Mesmer, you can have this job, and people will
Yeah,
thank you or tip you or ignore you or whatever. But it's a way to play the game that's not just swinging your sword necessarily.
yeah,
Kind of the lowest common denominator. Um, yeah. So you just mentioned, and I think I have to pick at this because you mentioned it. The decision to kind of move to move away from like Guild Wars 2 was I think like marketed as like the anti MMO or something like that. And
yeah. We tried to purposely subvert several things that we thought were kind of stagnating the genre,
okay,
and one of those was the Trinity.
yeah. What do you think about that choice today about moving away from the Trinity?
I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm the spatial explorer
Yeah.
archetype,
Okay.
so it's like that whole part of like synergies between players and like the strategic and tactical
Sure.
layer of gameplay. It was just like never super compelling to me.
I understand.
But but also I am the type of player who enjoys just helping other players for fun.
Right.
And I definitely missed being a monk, which I loved in Guild Wars
Yeah.
1.
Yeah. I think it's really good when that kind of role identity can exist. Um, so like when Heart of Thorns came out, the first expansion, the Druid Elite spec came in for Rangers, and all of a sudden like there is a spec whose identity was about healing others, which is kind of for Guild Wars 2 at the time felt kind of new. And
Yeah.
the role of having healers in the game has sort of become more popular in some of the organized content like raids. I just did a raid the other day, and there was someone whose job it was to heal the group. So that's really cool. And like one of my, so like I'm looking ahead to the next expansion. End of Dragons was announced, and
Mhm.
as someone who's been coming back and playing the game, like my firm hope for my warrior, who's my main, is I just want a healing warrior spec for End of Dragons. That's what I really want.
Mhm.
I think that'd be so cool to have uh, a job like warrior, who's traditionally like the frontline badass, right? Kind of have like a little bit of role kind of subversion to be a
Yeah.
healer.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm always just like absolutely in awe of and terrified by
Uh,
simultaneously is people who balance skills.
yeah.
I like the spreadsheets that they keep,
Uh huh.
the analytics that they parse, the uh, absolute continual deluge and attack from the community about everything to do with them personally that they have to suffer through.
Uh huh. It seems
It's
it seems like a
staggering.
very hard job.
Yeah.
Like wow.
Um, and it's one of those things where I I'm good friends with them. I see them doing the process. I don't understand it. I I read fans who are like, it's so obvious that they just need to do this one thing to this one class and it
Uh-huh.
fixes everything. Why are they so stupid that they can't realize this?
Yep.
And it's like, I see them like, well, reading all of it. They
Yep.
read all of it.
Mhm.
And then going in and doing calculations and doing tests and like just constant, this crazy like combination of accounting and alchemy. I don't know how it
Uh-huh.
works, but
Uh-huh.
yeah, I've never seen a game that is perfectly balanced, especially a live
Mhm.
game, especially a live game where elements are continually added.
Mhm.
So it's like, yeah, so as a result, my policy is just not to cut. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how it's done wrong. I don't know how it's done right. I, it's-
Just leave them to their spreadsheets, huh? Yeah.
I sympathize with, like, when people complain about a game that I work on,
Uh-huh.
I feel it and I immediately want to help them in any way that I can. And
Uh,
that's just an area where I'm completely at a loss. I'm like, there is
yeah.
nothing I can do to help with this. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
So one of the currently one of the biggest streamers for Guild Wars 2 is a dude named Mighty Teapot. And
Mhm.
one of the things about his content I really appreciate is that he when there is a balance patch that he thinks does something really good, he really takes time to really glorify and praise the guys who are doing that work. Because as you say, like uh, so this is one of the problems I'm kind of fascinated by, like just at a meta level of the discourse about the gaming experiences we have, especially between gamers and developers. Um,
Mhm.
I'm not a big fan of where most of it is, and I don't know of anyone who likes it, to be honest. And I have this kind of crazy idea that if I have conversations like these with enough people and enough people listen, that maybe there will be understandings that can open up, and
Yeah.
avenues that maybe can't exist. I know that there's this weird asymmetry between like um, because people who are developers at the end of the day are representing the work of a company, and that's
Mhm.
just so complicated compared to me, Joe Schmo, who's just playing a game, and the opinions that I have aren't going to hurt anybody. Except, sorry, they're not going to hurt anyone's bottom line. Let's put it that way.
Mhm.
So,
They'll hurt my feelings, but that's okay. That's what I signed
well,
up
I,
for.
I don't think it is okay actually, and that's a big part of my approach to this. And like I see a lot of people who do interviews, with developers or people in gaming, and the focus is like, let's talk about your work, and is the work good? Is it bad? How could it? What is it? But for me, like, and you probably, I hope you're getting this read from me, which is that one thing I'm interested in is you personally, Josh, like the human being, um, this human being who existed before and after Guild Wars, and like,
Well, we have yet to see if I will exist after Guild Wars or Guild Wars will exist after me. We'll see.
do franchises like this ever get to die? That have some success? I don't really know. We'll have to
We'll
see.
see.
We'll see.
Look for the Guild Wars reboot in 2045.
You know what I want to see though is a Super Adventure Box game.
Me too.
Let's talk about that. Super Adventure
Okay.
Box. Super Adventure Box is in some ways like the ultimate jumping puzzle. It is
It
a
is.
singular creation that has to be seen to be believed if you've played Guild Wars 2 and never seen SAB. Tell us about it in your own words, Josh. What is SAB?
What is it? It is a developer's idea of taking what the little niche that they excel at in the game they're working on and saying, what if this game was only that niche?
Like a developer's paradise.
Exactly. So,
Okay.
you know, um, there's so I do take credit for inventing the jumping puzzle, right?
Okay.
as far as a developer can be the person who made a part of a game.
Patent
Obviously
pending.
there's confluence of people and ideas shooting every direction all the
Uh-huh.
time, right?
Uh-huh.
Um, but I'm definitely the person who was like spearheading it and banging on that drum and kept making more and more until eventually designers listened and it became a part of the game.
Okay.
And so I've But like I mentioned before, I've always had ambivalent feelings about them because
Mm-hmm.
I know there are many people who aren't into that.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to the fact that our engine is not designed for that kind of content.
Mm-hmm.
And our physics are bad. People are playing on a keyboard and mouse. These are not how you do 3D platforming.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Um, so, but at the same time, we kept getting feedback from people saying, "This is great. I love this. This is so fun. Please
Uh-huh.
make more."
Uh-huh.
And the percentage of that versus people who don't care about it versus people who hate it, hard to tell from forums.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's as a developer without like really specific analytics, which we did not have when we launched Guild Wars 2. We had like basic analytics, but
Mm-hmm.
not like I don't know. I won't get into it. Anyway, the point being is we don't know. I know that I love making them. I heard enough people, like we were talking about earlier with our
Yeah.
platforms, right?
Yeah.
Got enough actual people saying, I want more and I love this, that encouraged me to do it. So when we started doing the first content for Living World, the first thing I did was like, ooh, let's make a map that's just a jumping puzzle. And that's how
Uh-huh.
the Mad King Clock Tower happened.
Yeah.
And so that was like the epiphany. It was like, oh my God, if we can make a standalone jumping puzzle in its own level,
Uh-huh.
man, what could we do if we just like really leaned into this?
Uh-huh.
And we had a tradition like all MMOs of doing something crazy for April Fools. And
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, I just pitched it. I was like, what if we had a dungeon that was all jumping puzzle? And please let me do it. And yeah, ArenaNet was freewheeling enough at the time that they were like, "Sure, Josh, here's a little team. Go develop it for a couple
Damn.
months. Why
That
not?"
was a period of great experimentation, it sounds like.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was a very experimental time. MMOs at the time were not um, well, content cadence and the type of content and stuff was not established. Like it's still not established. Like
Not really.
no one has really figured out what is the way to sustain a game in perpetuity. You can
Right.
say WoW has probably done
It's
the best
closest.
job, but even it's just like release a new pack after 2 years,
Mm-hmm.
bam, giant spike, and then way down again.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
no one knows how to do it. So and we were aware that that was the trend. We were like, how can we not do that? How can we do more of a drip feed that are getting people in on a, not the massive spike, but a good healthy number on a continual basis? And
Sure.
so we knew the obvious low hanging fruit is you want to do the holidays.
Uh-huh.
But then like, how do we do story? And I'm sure our pitch at the beginning was rather than expansion packs, we'll do the equivalent of expansion packs just spread out over, the living story.
Right.
And so yeah, we were experimenting with a ton of things. How often do we put these out? We started out with like trying to do a patch a week,
Uh-huh.
and then we were like,
Yeah.
okay, how about every 2 weeks? And initially we had something like 6 teams simultaneously trying to overlap and coordinate that, and I was in charge of one of those teams for a hot minute. I did the marionette fight and the jungle worm triple.
Ah.
What was that one? Anyway,
The
um,
marionette fight's coming back, by the way. They're doing an event and they're
oh, is
bringing it,
it?
they're pulling it back in. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was yeah. The whole point being, yeah, tons of experimentation. We
Mm-hmm.
wanted to try anything and everything. So Super Adventure Box was on the table. I found a way to contextualize it to make it make sense in
Mm-hmm.
Guild Wars, in my opinion. I'm sure there are people out there who disagree. And again, this gets back to this thing, when we first made it, we're like, okay, this is like a silly one-off thing that we'll
Uh-huh.
do for this one April 1st.
Uh-huh.
But then enough people really liked it that there was enough kind of momentum to be like, okay, let's do another one.
Yeah.
Um, and it won't work as April Fools anymore. It'll be kind of expected. So let's, do it for the next one. So yeah, we did the World 2, and yeah, it was just a weird thing in the industry. I can't imagine another MMO company saying, yeah, do that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think from everything I've heard about it and read about it and playing it myself, like it seems like it's a real again talking about variants and outliers. It's kind of an outlier in terms of 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 enshrined content in MMO games, fantasy MMOs.
Yeah.
I think it makes Guild Wars that much more interesting. And again, just like having a really hard jumping puzzle makes all other jumping puzzles more interesting because it exists. I think having content in the game like that that's so out there and just like what you can like there's like a simulation world and it's like based on all these weird like old like 2D platformer tropes and games that people played when they were kids and uh like if that can be in Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 2 can be anything. And that's kind of exciting.
Yeah. I think actually what you're saying makes me think of another game. I have several friends
Okay.
who work on this. I'm not talking shade about it.
Okay.
But a game that takes what you're saying to the extreme
Uh
is Ark Survival Evolved.
okay. Okay.
Like from it seems like their design criteria is, did you have an idea? Yes, it's in the game. And like literally anything and everything, flying dolphins and space and gnomes and pooping, and it's just like robot dinosaurs now, uh,
Yeah. Okay.
going to the moon, and now Vin Diesel's here. It's like,
Yeah, I mean
it's madness. But yeah, so there's a wide berth of possibilities when it comes to creating a fictional world, and like where you set those posts, those
uh
boundaries. It's an interesting just kind of aesthetic choice, and it's rarely made by one person at one time and then
mhm,
it sticks that way.
mhm,
It's usually a general consensus and it evolves over time. Um, one of the strictures that I always felt confined by on the Guild Wars franchise was there was a pretty consistent um, restriction against popular culture references.
mm,
Because I think there was a recognition that the more you insert those into a game, the like MMOs already have to fight silliness at every turn
mm,
because it's everything in an MMO is intrinsically silly. You've got guys
yes.
running around with pet rocks and dragons, and they're playing, they're fighting a boss over and over and over again
Uh-huh.
and
Uh-huh.
walking through each other. There's just like there's so much to fight against to get a sense of verisimilitude in an
Mhm.
MMO type of world that then throwing in, Shrek references or Seinfeld references or
Yeah.
whatever on top of that just makes the entire thing a joke world, right?
Mm.
Uh, so I totally understand why that was combated. We still snuck in plenty of things, but they had to be more oblique references, which
Yeah.
which
Yeah,
I
I don't
think was
know.
probably
I guess you're right, I guess, but I don't know. Like I think of like World of Warcraft is a game that has a ton of pop culture references. Like I think people tend to love that stuff.
oh, they absolutely love it.
It's about the presentation of it. Like can you create the callback and still have it be like a believable part of whatever world you're in?
Yeah. Yeah, there's different ways to do it, right? There's the y- was it South Park? There was some show that was talking about humor that is strictly observation. Remember Care Bears, and then
Uh-huh.
that's the joke, right?
Okay.
There's just pointing at the thing, the literal instantiation of the thing,
Yeah.
and say, "Look at this thing that you recognize."
Yeah.
And then there is the sly wink and the nod. Oh, this is like that other thing. you could say the dances are a lot like this, right? Where it's like, okay, that's the dance from Thriller, but
Yeah.
it's a necromancer. It makes sense when characters are
Yeah.
dancing. It's not like it's not role playing as I am a person in Ascalon who is doing an Ascalonian dance.
Uh-huh.
It is I am human and I've played with you before, and we're just having a
Yeah.
good time.
It's kind of like that
Yeah,
that that
so
20-80% thing almost like that's part of
yeah,
the
I
80%
think
you recognize.
yeah,
I also think that there's
exactly.
like a power in like aligning yourself with things people know about, right? Like
Oh yeah,
the thing that go ahead.
it's it's powerful and it's cheap. I mean that's the thing
Yeah.
about nostalgia in general. Like
Yeah.
in media, nostalgia is such low-hanging fruit. It's so easy to evoke. And it's like as an artist myself, I well, okay, as a consumer of media myself, I
Uh-huh.
am totally subject to the whims of my nostalgia and recognize when I'm being pulled into it. Super Adventure
Yes.
Box is 100% nostalgia. That is the
Uh-huh.
draw of it,
Uh-huh.
right? Well, maybe 90%. 10% might be if you enjoy jumping puzzles and spatial exploration, you'll
Yeah.
enjoy it, right? Even if
Yep.
you don't recognize the references. But as because it is so cheap and easy to evoke, I think that's why comedians that rely on nostalgia are considered by other comedians to be kind of gauche. They're
Yeah.
not good at their job.
Yeah.
They can get a laugh, but not because they're clever, because they referred to something you recognize. Um, and so there is that element to it where if you're trying to elevate your craft and be a good artist in your chosen medium,
Mhm.
you're going to be careful how much you're relying on that 80%. I
Mhm.
think is what it
Mhm.
comes down to.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, cheap cheap references can create a cheap outcome, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing you want. Um, okay.
It depends on your goal. If your goal is to make someone chuckle for 10 seconds before you throw the next thing that makes them chuckle for the next 10 seconds, that's fine.
Mhm. Mhm. What would you say the goal of SAB was?
Okay, well, honestly, I wanted to work on a platform adventure game that fed my nostalgia. Um,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I knew that there was enough of an audience out there who felt similar, had similar
Yeah.
upbringings to me, and had similar desires to play that kind of content. So I didn't feel guilty about it. Um, but yeah, honestly, that was my primary thing. Like, I just
Uh-huh.
really wanted to make that game. Um, and I felt like within the confines of Guild Wars 2, getting back to the idea of design constraints kind of
Okay.
fueling creativity, like
Mhm.
the challenge of justifying how Nintendo games could work in a Guild Wars game
Uh-huh.
was interesting to me. And I had all these ideas that would be going forward into the future worlds about like it was developing into the console wars and like broader like
Oh,
ideas of
man.
how industrial uh, powers compete and how
Uh-huh.
like marketing works and like
Little
all these kind of
commentaries. Yeah.
yeah, commentaries on my industry, on my art form.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I was really excited to really be diving into that. I hope
Like,
they pick up that thread as they
yeah.
continue.
Yeah, Worlds 3 and 4, people want it.
Yeah.
So speaking of, like thinking of World 1, I think I read something somewhere. Maybe it was something from you actually about how um something about how the way that content gets greenlit at ArenaNet, at least at that time, and how there was a moment where it looked like it was possible that SAB wasn't going to be allowed to see the light of day.
Oh yeah.
Am I remembering that right? Is that a true story?
Yes, yes. It came within a hair's breadth of getting canceled at the like a week before it was going to
Oh
launch.
God, I can't even imagine, dude.
Yeah, it was simply a communication thing.
Okay.
At a big company, again, multiple teams working on live content at the same time. We
Mhm.
have an art director, Daniel, and he's
Really
from
talented guy.
Romania, and he didn't grow up with old 8-bit retro video games.
Uh-huh.
We showed him what we were working on early on. He was like, and explained this is for an April Fool's thing.
Mhm.
He was like, I don't get it, but okay, it's April Fool's Day. Now, granted, the context he's working from is we've had April Fools where people turn into stick figures, where they fly around like airplanes, where it's
Right.
it plays out
Tiny things.
Terminator. Right. It's April Fool's Day. That's all it is, right?
Uh-huh.
I think the idea later developed as we were working on the content into making it like a full, several weeks, and then hoping that we would continue it in future installments. And I
Mhm.
don't think either he didn't hear about it or he forgot that that was the case. But he was basically informed how big a deal it was going to be in the
Uh-huh.
game. A week before it was going to launch, and he was like, I don't like this
Wait.
for a game. As
Oh
art
man.
director, this is not an art style that we want in Guild Wars. And Mo had a policy like if a director of any given discipline is unhappy with the content, it's not going to ship. If the
Okay.
narrative director isn't happy, if the art director, if the design director, that's a good policy, right?
Mhm.
There's a
Mhm.
reason these people are there is to like shepherd the vision of the game. So,
Mhm.
yeah, it was, but that was one of those rare cases where the policy was basically overturned because there was so much momentum and so much like love in the company
Uh-huh.
for it. Like T-shirts, people were at the company were buying T-shirts for themselves because they loved it so much,
Uh-huh.
and design was totally behind it. And yeah, I think like Colin and Mike Z were both like had to have a long conversation with Mo and Daniel and like, look, this it's done. It really needs to just go out.
Please.
Yeah.
God, that makes me think about stuff that didn't make it into the game, or any game like that, like Guild Wars 2. Damn. But
Yeah, things
it
get cut and canceled for all sorts of reasons. And again, that's one where had it been cut, I would have been very upset at the time,
yeah,
but in retrospect, I would understand. So
sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the tough things about working on something that's bigger than yourself sometimes, right?
yeah,
Is you can't avoid leaving part of yourself within the thing, but you aren't the only person who gets to decide about what that ends up being.
collaborative anything is difficult.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Like you understand those salty artists and writers who just like go away into a cabin in the woods to do their thing for years and just
No
just
one's gonna
do
bother me.
have complete control. So
Yeah.
but yeah,
Absolutely. Well, hey, Josh, I need to take another like 2-minute break. Are you okay with that?
yeah, sure.
Okay. Folks, we'll be right back. And we're back. I'm Deeg talking with Josh Foreman. We were just chatting about Super Adventure Box and how it almost didn't make it into Guild Wars 2
Hmm.
and how narrow some of these things are. Josh, I love Super Adventure Box, but I wonder if I could use that as an excuse to pivot to another topic, which is about another thing that did or didn't happen, and it resulted in a big change in your life was the layoffs that happened at ArenaNet. I think in early
Hmm.
2019, which you were a victim of. Um, I saw the video you did talking about that situation and the outpouring of love you got from the community. Because
Yeah.
when it happened, what do you do when something like that happens? You just sit down and do your thing, and you sat down and made art on the stream. People showed up for you, and I think that was a really beautiful thing to have happen. I wonder if you
Yeah.
can. What was that like? What are your takeaways? I've been through layoffs too, and so I feel a lot of empathy for that. Yeah, what was that like?
Well, I guess getting back to like the privilege angle, like who has the privilege when they go through something devastating in their life to just like get online and have a bunch of people there to support them, right? Like
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You
it's
know.
undeserved and greatly appreciated. There, I think because I had been building a community slowly over time,
Mhm.
that you could say it was a payoff from that in a sense.
Hmm.
I've always, always been out there, putting myself out there and trying to be engaged with as many people as possible.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, it resonated with a lot of people. Again, I think because a lot of the pain of a layoff like that and the uncertainty it's not connected to myself, but it's connected to those I need to provide for. Specifically my
Yeah.
wife, who has a degenerative disease and needs particular um, health
Oh
care.
wow. Yeah.
You know, that's what was shook me to my core, right? It's
Mhm.
like I was so stable at ArenaNet, and ArenaNet had like literally the best insurance coverage in this area. Like
Mm.
them and Microsoft have the same,
Okay.
and they're both like the best. Um, and so that was like, oh my God, this is probably life devastating. The options at the time, like we mentioned, ArenaNet was a not crunching type of studio, an
Yeah.
anti-crunch studio. The vast majority are not. The vast majority don't have the same level of healthcare. So the prospects of A, staying in this area where all her like medical infrastructure is, and
Right.
B, still having access to that medical infrastructure with an
Mhm.
insurance plan that's good enough to do that, and C, being able to still ever see my family because some of the places that I was looking at were just in massive crunch at the time.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it seemed very unlikely that there would be a good outcome.
Mhm.
So I think probably a lot of the people resonating with me was, I was explaining this. It's really not about
Right.
me. It's about those I need to take care of. I think that probably had a lot to do
Yeah.
with the resonating. 'Cause, another, middle-aged white male video, tech employee getting laid off. That's not a story that.
Mm. Yeah, but the
But
story of
yeah,
not being able to
everyone
take care of
got,
someone you love, that's something people
yeah.
understand, can relate to.
So. But
So
yeah, what that turned out doing was giving me a ton of like new eyeballs on me all of a sudden because the
hmm,
news broke and it was obviously a big deal for ArenaNet and people who follow ArenaNet, and people were directed towards me and my output as well. It ended up bringing a lot of new interest and people into my orbit, which has been great.
huh, that's cool. And, I gotta ask then, I know that you're now working with another studio where you that is involved with making games about making games, something like that? Do I got that right?
One way to put it, I would describe it as a action adventure party game MMO. How's that sound?
Sounds like a lot, but
Yeah,
I'm holding it all in my head for the moment.
I gotta wait for you to parse that. So, okay, take Guild Wars.
Uh-huh.
Instead of fantasy characters, you are collectible vinyl figures. So that's a whole scene. Most people are familiar
Okay.
with Funko Pops.
Yes.
Right. But those are derived from a much more creative, interesting, vibrant art community
Mhm.
that makes vinyl collectible figures, usually handmade or limited edition. And so
Okay.
that's kind of the aesthetic inspiration, is that community. And so it's very artistic, very colorful, very vibrant. And the rather than going out and doing quests, in a big open world, you're jumping in with your friends and doing party games. There's like
Hmm,
a
hmm.
shooter, like dart gun kind of game, or racing. A lot of similarities to um, what was that game that was a huge hit for a hot minute in the summer with little bean guys that bump into each
Fall
other?
Guys?
Something. Yes, Fall Guys.
Okay.
Where it's like you're racing through an obstacle course kind of
Uh-huh.
thing.
Uh-huh.
Um, that game suffered from a lack of content, right? There was like 8 levels or something,
Mhm.
and eventually people just got tired of them. So what our game has, which is very exciting, and is the part that I'm in charge of, is build mode. So people can
Uh,
build their own parties, block parties, we're calling them.
uh-huh.
And so it's very vibrant, fun. The engine is built from the ground up for physics, which is which
Yeah.
is a delight and a relief. So all my jumping puzzles are actually like feel great to play. Um,
No jank.
and yeah, essentially what I am is like the guy who gets to design the Legos to make incredible Lego sets. Lego not trademarked by us, but you know what I mean, like
Mm,
building blocks.
mhm.
So one of the most fun things I did at ArenaNet was get to like choose and modify the props that would become guild hall decorations. So you can make your own super
Oh,
adventure box in a guild hall, right? And
yeah.
so this is like the evolved version of that, where you can go in and have this massive list of blocks, and you can make whatever kind of like fun mini game
Uh-huh.
to do. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah, we're in open beta, I guess technically is what we're in right now.
What's the name of the
Um,
game?
you know, the name of the game is Blanco's Block Party. You should
Blanco's
check it
Block
out.
Party. Great.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, it's you'll be seeing more about it at E3 probably.
Uh-huh.
Uh, I did an interview for that, and um, yeah, it's so right up my alley that it's almost painful. It's it's
Mhm.
just really fun.
Mhm.
I get to do what I love, which is both like do level design, but
Mhm.
also design the tools to make level design better. And then three, work with the community to keep to like elevate the level design acumen that the
Uh-huh.
community has. So really teaching best practices for level design and aesthetics and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
yeah, so it's really fun. It's really great. It is very much like Super Adventure Box, and I keep pushing. As we develop the game, we're going to have more and more features, different
Uh-huh.
kinds of mini games that you can create,
Uh-huh.
and there will definitely be like an adventure mode that you'll be able to go in and do basically build your own Super Adventure Box is my goal. So
That is hype. The level designer designing the level designer.
yeah,
That's cool, Josh. I'm really happy for you, man. Um, I know that one of the things that ArenaNet I've heard is that they're not an industry pay leader. So I'm hoping things. I
yes,
find in my own career sometimes having been laid off, I then find an opportunity that pays me better. I hope you found the same.
definitely. Yeah, I was shocked when I when my head emerged from the ashes and I saw what industry standard was for my like
Uh
seniority and experience and stuff like that. So yeah, that was quite a blessing in disguise. There was a
No doubt.
period for about 9 or 10 months before I landed this current job, where I got I knew it had to be a temporary job because they couldn't provide health insurance, but I was working on an amazing game
Uh huh.
for Moon Studios, so I got to work a little bit on Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Uh,
Oh.
but the vast majority of my time was working on an upcoming game that hasn't been announced. I
Okay.
mean, they've announced that they're making it, but there's little details about it. But
Okay.
it's a combination of two of my favorite games. So yeah, it was amazing to work on it, but it was remote, and most of the companies in Europe, and they didn't pay
Sure.
health insurance, and yeah,
Yeah.
so it was basically worked as an interim until I found this job and managed to get insurance that gets my wife the care that she
Oh,
needs,
thank
uh,
God. I'm so
and
happy to hear that.
a pay bump to boot. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's nice. I'm much closer to industry standard.
There you go.
Like yeah, my friends who bounce from studio to studio every couple of years,
Uh huh.
uh, yeah, I make so much more money, but it's like it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not about the
Yeah.
money, but certainly the ability to provide stability and long-term stability for my
Yeah.
family is what the money buys really. So
Yeah. And that's worth a lot. It's worth a
yeah.
lot. And I see you streaming and I see you building your world. So it seems like you also found a good work life balance post internet.
Yeah, one of the things that I don't say very much because I feel terrible saying it is like 2020 was an amazing year for me. Working from home is
Mhm.
just it is my jam. I
Ah,
can be you mentioned the ADHD. I don't know if I have that. I don't know what I have, but I definitely am the type of person who has peaks and valleys when it comes to where my attention can be and
yeah.
where my focus can be. And so being able to just like dictate when and where I'm going to work means I could be so much more productive. And just doing the calculations, like I'm not commuting now 40 hours a month.
Oh, yeah.
So if you think about an
That's
entire
good,
work
man.
week not in the car, instead being spent on developing my IP. It's just like a massive boon. So yeah, everything is like going right on the career front. We'll see how long that lasts.
I two
Fingers
things
crossed.
2 things you just said I really resonate with. Number 1, 2020 actually being a great year for me. I
Yeah.
I I was lucky enough to work from home before 2020 rolled around. Um,
Okay.
but that 2020 happened to be the year that I decided to sit down and start doing this, um,
Mm, yeah.
rather than just playing games and hoping they would make me happy, which they hadn't been doing for a while. Uh, there's that, and also just the work from home life. Um, I made a similar change when I started this job in 2017, where I gained back, like similar to you, like 40 hours a month of not commuting. And even if
Yeah.
commuting is not a drag, which it's possible to have a commute that's not unenjoyable, it's still
Yeah.
time out of your life.
Yeah.
And that can add up so fast. And I just love the ability, if you work from home and are providing value in that way, and you have a passionate side interest, it's so easy to find time for all the things you need to find time for. I think
Yeah.
that's very cool.
Yeah, I'm really careful to watch for indices from work to make sure that they are not just satisfied with the input that I'm having,
Yeah,
but actually like
thrilled.
thrilled with what I'm doing. And so far they're thrilled with what I'm doing, which is fantastic. I was really struggling near the end at ArenaNet because
Oh,
um, getting back to that thing where I was talking about, where I was kind of walking this line between art and design and not
mhm,
really excelling on the art front. I will
mhm,
still stand behind a lot of art. I did. I think it's good, but there were definitely level artists who were more focused on the art and did the art better than me, right?
mhm,
And so there were a couple years where I was on a one of the startup projects,
mm,
a totally different IP,
okay,
and doing level design, like strictly design, well, kind of art, but mostly the design at that point.
mhm,
And it was amazing, and it was great. And but then when that got canceled, it was like, well, back on Guild Wars 2, and the state of the art of Guild Wars 2 environment art had passed me by. Like
uh-huh,
I got in the engine and made some stuff and was like, this is not shippable. This is shippable quality for like 2014 or 15, but
uh-huh,
not for 2019.
mhm.
And so that was
That's
hard,
brutal.
and I had to figure out,
Yeah,
okay, what is my role here now?
uh-huh,
And the designers were very kind to me, and several designers took a lot of their time to try to help me learn the scripting system and like the fundamentals of like, well, pretty much scripting. Because if I was going to
mhm,
be a designer, uh, that's how you design at ArenaNet. There was no level designer role.
mhm,
um, there was designer, content designer.
mhm,
And so, yeah, I struggled so bad. It's just my brain does not do scripting, programming type of stuff. So,
sure,
yeah, that was really difficult for me. But so this job here, it plays all to my strengths and none to my weaknesses. So it's
yeah.
just, yeah, it's amazing.
That's great, dude. I imagine that there were, after the project cancellations, there were a lot of people in a similar situation at ArenaNet who are trying to figure out what to do. I've been in situations in the past myself. I work in tech. I do at this point I do consulting work because people figure out I'm better at talking. But uh, I've been in situations in my career in tech where after a layoff, it's like everyone's looking around, like, okay, well, or after a project cancellation, people are still around, but no one knows what they're supposed to be doing, or
Yeah,
everything's changed to the point where what they were doing makes no sense anymore. That's tough,
exactly.
especially when
Yeah.
your paycheck and your livelihood and the livelihood of people you love depends upon you adding value. That's very
Mhm.
stressful.
Yeah. Had I known that like layoffs were on the horizon too, I would have just I would have known that, the
Yeah.
X was coming. In retrospect, I can totally understand why I was on the chopping block because by ArenaNet standards, I was high in salary. I had been there forever.
Right.
And what was my contribution? Was it commensurate with, contextually with what other people were doing? And yeah,
Yeah.
the answer is no, because there was not the position. They did not have the position that played to my particular strengths.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
anymore.
And it sounds like it worked out for the best at the end. Blanco's block
Yeah,
party.
yeah, really excited about it. It's yeah,
And
it's so great to have a day job that actually like kind of invigorates me and it energizes me. It's one of those things where it's funny. Like people have this idea of like, oh, I'm creatively fulfilled by this thing. But to me,
uh,
if something gets me fired up creatively, I just keep going and going and going. Right?
yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I relate to that too. Um, I know, man. I think one of the coolest things about getting to know you, Josh, has been figuring out that you aren't just this person who has this incredibly refined day job where you're paid to apply this skill to helping make games good, but where you carry over that same creative passion into things after hours. Like I think there are a lot of people in situations like more similar to mine where you have your day job that is one thing and that came about because of circumstances. You know, like for me, I needed work. I knew I had a my father-in-law at the time was working at a tech company and could get me a job doing tech support. So I started there. And then one thing led to another. I'm tech support, I'm data analyst, I'm solution engineer, I'm ETL engineer, and now all of a sudden I'm doing consulting. But it's not like I decided to do that. It's not like that was
Yeah.
in me to do. That's what was there and met the need that I had at the time. And since I've started off down that path, all of a sudden it's like, oh, like I'm really passionate about podcasting and about having these conversations and about interviewing people and about talking through problems. How do these things connect? And a lot of times, I find that at the end of my day job, I'm so exhausted by doing whatever it is that it doesn't just not give me the creative impulse you're describing, but it actually uh, prevents it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's like there's the virtuous cycle and the vicious cycle, right? Where, yeah, if you become like spent or demotivated, it's
yeah,
harder to get that traction back.
yeah, man. So I just I am so pleased for you, and I'm trying to figure this out for myself. I don't need to make a comparison, I suppose. It's just, uh, I suppose, like I mentioned before, a big part of the reason I sit down and have these conversations is to try to learn from other people. And your example is a really inspiring one to me.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to say, like when you were talking about, how you have this passion for like having these conversations.
Mhm.
I think I can see why. I think you are legitimately good at what you're doing right now. Like
Oh,
you are good at evoking things and people. Like just the things that you have said a number of times have got my brain like onto a different, really interesting track.
huh.
And I think that's what good interviewers do, good conversationalists in general. So yeah, I keep doing what you're doing. I
Well,
think
thank you.
you're great at it. Like whether the world will reward that, we live in this world. We live by the algorithm. We die by the algorithm. But yeah, you have a natural talent for this. So
Well,
I just
thank
want to
you.
encourage you.
That made my day. Thank you. That's really nice of you to say. Um, well, Josh, we've caught up to the present day, I think, in terms of your story. Is there anything else that you want to talk about tonight?
Sure, let's go fast forward to 20 years. Let's find out if Tales from Talifar has taken off.
I will definitely sit down and have that conversation with you in 20 years. Let's plan on it.
Um,
Are you
yeah,
wanting to look now into the future? Is that what you're thinking? Like,
that'd
do
be
you want to
great.
like speculate? Sorry, maybe I misread the question. Good
That would
conversationalist misunderstands the next question.
no. I was totally being flippant because you said we had caught up to the present. I was kind of being meta, like in a Rick and Morty way. Well, let's just keep going.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
you know what? I should take this opportunity to just
yeah. Promote your stuff, man.
what would
Let's
be
do
the
it.
word? Let me pitch this book a little
Do
bit.
it.
Obviously, we talked a lot about, in general, Tales from Talifar. Let me tell you what's special about the stories that we're putting in here.
Hit me.
Um, so, so my mom slash co-author has been writing science fiction primarily for all these years since before I was born. And her real specialty, she's a bit on the spectrum, I believe. She's kind of diagnosed herself as Asperger's.
Okay.
Um, my sister is severely autistic and
Okay.
requires full-time care. It kind
Hmm.
of runs in the family. But what my mom has the capacity to do, which it just blows me away, is she will pick a thing about alien psychology. She's created this alien, this creature, this race, whatever, and she will find a few really interesting elements to tweak.
Mm.
Now, this is a trope in science fiction, right? Or fantasy, any genre fiction, really. Let's take the Klingons, for example.
Yes.
They are humans, but they're all and they're all warlike. Or, the Ferengi, well, they're just hyper capitalists. They're all
Hmm.
greedy and selfish, right?
Hmm.
So that's like the hackneyed way to do it. I love Star Trek. I love, all those things. It's fine for what it's doing.
Okay.
Um, what my mom does is take this idea, but like treat it with such incredible like nuance and artistic expression,
Hmm.
um, where something about it usually starts with biology. Something about their biology means that necessarily something about their psychology has to be different than human.
Okay.
And that is what's explored quite often and brought into compare and contrast with the humans that are on this world.
Uh huh.
Um, the particular so how does a fantasy world be scientifically plausible? How are there multiple sentient races that all dwell on the same planet?
Yes.
Uh, the answer that I came up with, and it's not the first time this has ever been done, but it's
Hmm.
essentially a zoo planet, or well, less a zoo planet and more a wildlife preserve. So there's these intergalactic
Ooh.
species called the wardens, and when
Uh huh.
a sentient species out there is on the verge of extinction, they're going to go grab some of them and stick them on another planet that's similar enough that they can survive. So a transplant, like a home,
An intergalactic
um,
zoo.
yeah, but not just for the enjoyment of the wardens. It's
Right.
specifically because the wardens' top value is to preserve
A preserve.
the most variety of life that can exist in the universe. They
Okay.
recognize this is the most special thing, the most rare thing in the universe is life, specifically sentient life, right?
Uh huh.
So yeah, so basically, Talifar is this planet that is essentially Earth with the continents shifted around. I
Okay.
did years and years and years of research to find how can I make Talifar as exotic as possible, but
Hmm.
still habitable by humans.
Hmm.
And it turns out the answer is you can change almost nothing.
Oh
But I
man.
changed the little
Spaceship
bit that
Earth.
I could.
Okay.
Yeah, given the size of the universe, it's fine to have a practically exactly Earth replica out there with the continents shifted around in interesting ways.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, there are about a dozen or so sentient species on this planet that have come from several different places with different histories and backstories, and they were transplanted to Talifar at different times.
Hmm.
And so, what makes Talifar very interesting is that it deals with a lot of the ramifications of having different alien psychologies share a space
Mm-hmm.
together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How does that happen? How is that navigated? How is it negotiated?
Yeah.
Because, for instance, we have a species that doesn't believe in the future, or they they can sense it, but their religious slash cultural upbringing is that they should pretend the future doesn't exist. So they can't sign contracts. They
Okay.
can't negotiate for future things. How does trade
Oh,
happen in that context, right?
right.
Uh,
Or
we
trust.
we have a
Yeah.
we have a species that requires other species to incubate their eggs.
Oh,
Um, how does that work?
yeah.
There are sentient ones, there are feral ones, that all sorts of nuances that have to be navigated.
Okay.
There are
Okay.
giants. How does a giant work? A scientifically plausible giant. Well,
Uh-huh.
they can't look like people for one. How do
Mm.
you distribute enough weight? How do you and what does the metabolism dictate about their life cycle, how they
Okay.
move, how they
Okay.
think. Um, in this case, they can metabolize minerals to create hydrogen, so they are essentially giant hydrogen blimps, but very well insulated.
Okay.
But they have to stay away from lightning. They mostly stay inside. They can hibernate parts of their bodies at will, so that mostly it's just their head thinking, and the rest of their body just kind of drains and turns gray, and
Huh.
then it can fill up with blood when they're ready to move again. Um, so there are all sorts of really fascinating ramifications as far as like what kind of a fantasy world happens when you throw these different biological necessities together in these
Uh-huh.
interesting ways. Um, and all of that is the backdrop for fun, romping adventure.
Okay.
A classic
Okay.
hero who goes off. He's got to go on a quest to save his people.
Exotic.
So there is that 80% familiar in there. I don't know if 80% is the right number, but it's up there, right?
Sure.
And
Yeah,
so
it's kind of like
anyway,
that scene in the cantina in Star Wars where you see all the different exotic like aliens, and it
yeah,
gets your mind juices flowing. The
yeah.
cosmopolitan
And then
like
you read the extended universe tales from the Cantina, and you find out all their backstories, and it's
yeah, I
amazing.
love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I like
so,
this
like I
vision.
said, we have 12 novels written so far, and are currently developing more, and a graphic
Uh huh.
novel, and all this
Uh
kind of stuff. But a lot of what we're doing is very much along the lines of Tales from the Cantina, where most of the books are a character that you see briefly, or it's a side character, but now
yeah.
they're off doing their thing, and so we're kind of spider webbing out from this original trilogy to
Ah.
explore the rest of the world that way. Um, Not that we're confining ourselves to that, but it just makes sense, like from a world building perspective, to kind of stay local to this one continent, this one empire, this one, you know what I mean? Just
Mm-hmm.
because so much involved in like creating the necessary depth
Mm-hmm.
for a place. And then we'll kind of slowly branch out from there. And I think people who follow the franchise from early on are going to just have a blast kind of seeing that unfold and unroll as
Uh,
new areas are explored and new creatures are discovered, and et cetera, et cetera. So,
that's cool. And what's the first book called?
The Scarred King, Book
And
One.
and where can people get it?
They could get it on Amazon.
There you go.
So you do a search for that, you can find it on my YouTube channel. If you type in Scarred King book trailer, you can see a beautifully voiceover by AJ, who also did a bunch of voices for various Guild Wars 2 commercials as
Oh,
well.
cool.
He did the voiceover for me. So
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I saw you make a tweet. You sounded like you were frustrated about the outcome of the trailer.
I was very frustrated, not with his voiceover work, but yeah, like I mentioned earlier, you as an artist, editing, there's another thing.
Yeah.
Special effects and editing, it's like I should
Mhm.
be able to handle this with a few tutorials, and it's like, well, to get to state of the art, you really need to spend years and years and years perfecting it. And so I'm always frustrated with like, but I've spent the equivalent of 3 months learning this thing?
Uh-huh.
Why aren't I at the professional level yet?
Yeah, it makes sense, man. Well, I think that's a brilliant pitch, and it sounds like a very interesting world. The premise is really cool. I love the comparison to the Cantina in Star Wars as a Star Wars fan, and that really
Yes.
reads. And
Had a huge impact on me
Amazon.com.
as a kid. Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying the Cantina had a huge impact on me as a kid,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
me
Yeah.
too. Like that's one of those it's one of those moments that is, yeah, like there's character stuff going on there, but it's like, wow, look at how big this world is. Look at how
Yeah.
much is going on and that we don't know about it. Like it's all these
So
little like,
tantalizing.
yeah, and what you said about having the stories be about people who are like side characters and like people in the cantina in a previous story, like that's 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 really the good stuff. I mean, we see a lot of franchises going doing that now, like Star Wars with the Mandalorian, where
Mhm.
they're creating all these spin-offs, like Boba Fett's getting a thing. Um,
Yeah.
anyway, I just think that's so cool. And what else, Josh? Is there anything else you want to promote?
Wow, no, I feel like I've done plenty of promotioning.
All right. Well, in that case, I will do my bit. Uh, if y'all are here, though, you probably already know who I am. I'm Deeg. I am Mr. Talk About It, conversational content podcasts every week, hopefully every Monday night here on Twitch, twitch.tv/DeegTV. I'm doing discussions about various topics that I think are interesting. Last week, I did a discussion about why I'm not playing the Burning Crusade Classic for World of Warcraft. Week before that, I did a topic about what makes a legendary weapon legendary in different games, that kind of stuff. And
You're gonna check those out. That sound interesting.
yeah, and next week, if you're watching this contemporaneously, I will be interviewing Guild Wars 2 content creator DeRoyer, who was enshrined in the Fractal Lounge in Guild Wars 2, and is a real solid dude. Anyway,
Very cool.
thank you, Josh. This has been a fantastic conversation. Thank you for the gift of letting me get to know you and talk to you all about the awesome stuff you have going on.
Yeah, and thank you for letting me prattle on and on.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you, Josh, and thanks, y'all.